So just always a reminder to turn off your cell phones or at least do not disturb. Like if you're watching on a cell phone, put on your do not disturb so you don't get interrupted, with incoming calls or texts or messages and all that. So just try to create the environment that you can at home to support this time to move inwardly, because this is really time for you and God. So you can sit up or lay down wherever you're comfortable. When you're ready, you can also close your eyes. This is always helpful just to let go of any outer distractions. And as you do, just allow your attention to begin gathering at the seat of the soul, that place that is above the eyebrows, called the spiritual eye, the spiritual door. It's literally that physical area where the soul enters and leaves this physical consciousness. So we want to focus at this doorway, for here resides our soul, that inner light of loving. And it is also at this point that the radiant form of the Holy Spirit meets us. So as we gather our loving and literally our soul awareness at this place, and then as we begin to gather not only our attention and our loving here, but we begin to look inwards and upwards to what I like to call that inner spiritual sky, where we begin to look through that door, through that spiritual eye, and into the spiritual realms. And it is truly this place that we can begin to see, become aware and awake to God's radiant form of loving. It often appears as a purple light, sometimes as a golden white. It can take on other forms and colors, and sometimes appearing as the spiritual teacher, what we may even look like physically. And other times we may just be aware of a divine presence, a sensation at the top of the head and forehead, or we may hear inner sound, even a ringing in the ears, a wind, musical instruments, sounds of nature, or even a bell for whom the bell tolls is the sound of the soul. And it's through the sound that God speaks to us, stirring us awake so that we begin to wake up out of the slumber of this physical creation. All we have to do is turn inwards and upwards to give God a chance, to give God the opportunity. In truth, we're giving ourselves the opportunity to be with God, to allow God to do what God does, which is loving. So this is a time of communion in which we share loving with God and receive God's loving for us. It is simply through this loving, the action of it, and the beingness of loving, that the awakening takes place. So just allow the body to continue relaxing, allowing your attention to continue gathering at the seat of the soul. And just have that intention of being with God. For God is always present. It is simply up to us to come present with God. So just keep looking for that inner light. Or if you're aware of it or see it or have any of those sensations or feelings or hear any inner sounds, just hold your attention and observe. Just opening and receiving, allowing the loving to fill you and surround you. Just allow that loving to envelop you as you let God in. If you need to, you can offer up a prayer, or we like to say an invitation, inviting God in, inviting God to be with you, inviting God to bless you and awaken you. And then once you ask or invite God in, just let go and be open and allow God's loving to unfold you. Just pay attention so you're aware of that movement as it moves in you and around you, and how it stirs you more and more awake. Be aware of the peace, the quietness or stillness, or any sensations. Just be aware of any thoughts or feelings that may come up. Just let them come up and let them keep going up. Just observe them, allow, and let them go. For the more we can move into a state of detachment, the freer we become, and the more we allow ourselves to come to know the greater truth of the divine spirit of loving. Just simply focus and concentrate that observation on that inner light and sound of loving. If you find yourself getting sleepy or wandering, just refocus at the seat of the soul and even breathe it in. Allow that receiving to come in as you breathe in. But rather than focusing on the breath, focus at that inner light and see, feel, or experience that inner light on that in-breath coming in from the top of your head. Just breathe it in all through your body. And then as you breathe out, just let the light continue moving out your hands and feet. And just continue doing this several times. Breathe in that light and loving, and breathe it out on the out breath. This is a way to stay present and become more attuned. So just take another couple breaths of breathing in the light and breathing it out. This allows the loving to move through us like a river. And this is how we allow the light to move not only in us and around us, but through us and into all those areas of our lives that we participate in, the people, the places, the circumstances. Just allow that loving to move in you and through you, through all of your experience on every level, including the physical. Simple movement of loving that allows the blessings to move throughout your life in every way, but most importantly, inwardly, for this is really where the greater truth resides. So now we're going to begin to change that focus. On the in-breath, go ahead and breathe in the light. But now on the out-breath, we're going to begin to send that light now from the seat of our soul back to God. So breathe in the light. And on the exhale, as you breathe it out, see that light, feel it, know it. Simply have the intention of that light going up to God, back from the seat of your soul, back to God. And if you need a source, it can help to even see it as an inner radiant sun in a spiritual sky within, much like we'd see the sun in the sky physically. You can see an inner light or an inner sun in this inner sky as that source of God in which to develop this relationship of loving. So breathe in the light, and again breathe it out and see your loving going to God, to this inner sun and this inner spiritual sky. And now we're going to add in the spoken name of God, the Anai Hu. But what we're going to do is chant the Anai silently within on the in-breath, and we're going to chant the Hu silently within on the out-breath. So when you breathe in and you see that inner light coming into you, just chant Anai on the in-breath. And on the exhale, as you share your loving with God, chant the Hu. So Anai on the in-breath and Hu on the out-breath. As you receive God's loving on the in-breath, and you share your loving with God on the out-breath. Breathing in, Anai, and breathing out, Hu. Just continue doing this for several breaths now. Staying awake and aware and present with this flow of loving. And just continue this breathing action and chanting together, keeping that focus. And as you do, pay attention. Notice if you see the inner light, that purple light especially. And notice if you feel those energies stirring at your spiritual eye, in the forehead or top of the head, or even moving throughout your whole body. Notice how the chanting and the breathing together often will charge this up even more, bringing you present, bringing you more aware as you put your loving into it and receive God's loving for you. Sometimes the energy can even get a little intense. That's a good thing. If it does, just know it's the charging of that energy, the seat of the soul. If it gets too much, you can just relax the breathing and just focus once again on the seat of the soul and just the chanting. But you can let go of the focus on the breath so that you just relax now into that movement of loving without the focus on the physical breath. But just focus on that movement of loving and receiving and in giving. And when you're ready, you can just allow your physical breath just to return to more of a normal rhythm. And let go of your attention on the breath. And focus more inwardly now on that inner light and sound. And at any point during this time in meditation, you need to return to focusing on the breath to bring yourself present and charge that energy at the seat of the soul. You're welcome to do that. But then once you do, just let go again of that attention on the breath and come back to just the inner light and sound. For in truth, it's a spirit we want to always come back to, bring our attention to, and let go of any physical distractions or anywhere we could place our attention. And so now we're going to move into a little time of silence where we can continue chanting, just continue being with God in this divine communion, allowing God to stir us awake as we continue to receive and to give in the spirit of loving. So now just allow your attention to begin to come back to the seat of the soul. But as you do, just take a little bit of more time spending it in gratitude for this time with God, this time to be in communion with loving. Just allow the gratitude of that communion to awaken within you. Allow yourself to express it with God however you wish. As you allow this movement of gratitude, just be aware how it can open the door within you to allow even a greater presence of loving. Gratitude opens the door to allow that loving in. And then all we have to do is receive. So just receive God's loving and let it just fill you up. Just once again pouring in from the top of your head down through your whole body and all around you, just filling you up. And see it filling you to overflowing. And just letting it bring you more present in the body as well now. Even as you come more present, just keep that inner door open and keep your focus on spirit and watching and listening. And just continue receiving God's loving, even as we move into this time of sharing. And when you feel complete, you're welcome to open your eyes. You're always open to keep them closed as well if you wish, just to keep that inner focus. Maybe that's even a good place to start, is with gratitude. I mean, gratitude, as us just sharing, really opens the door. And that's a lot of what we need to do here in the meditation. The real key here is opening that door. You know, meditation, it can often be too easy to go in with our mind getting involved. We can have certain expectations or maybe prayers or requests from God, and we can get all caught up in our mind with all these things that we want to have happen or we want, God to do for us or in us or around us, whatever that is. And so that's okay to have that, and that's okay to have that as, part of your expression with God. But at some point, we need to really let go and move into a real true communion of loving where we're simply being with God. And in that beingness is the movement of giving and receiving, that loving between God and our souls and God. For this meditation we teach here in ILM, the Path to Sun and Light, really is about a communion of loving, and that is with God directly. It has nothing to do really with our mind or emotions or imagination or body or this physical creation. It's just simply a time for being in the loving directly with God. And so that specific action, it's important to realize the more that we can really give it our full attention, our focus, our intention, and the more we can do that, the more we're going to awaken and experience the truth of what that loving is. But the wonderful thing as well with it, all those prayers, those hopes, those wishes, those dreams we have, through the loving itself, it's going to be taken care of. Right? So when I say taken care of, though, sometimes it's not necessarily the way we want it taken care of, the way we want it to be, but it's going to be taken care of. And I know we talk a lot about giving things up to God and forgiveness and letting go. Well, that's really what we need to do in order to allow that beingness of in the loving with God, this exchange to take place. But sometimes we can get too focused on the giving, receiving, the letting go, the forgiveness, these inner prayers and all. And just get back to the real one-pointed focus of just that loving, that movement of loving. And that's why it's so important to really take the time and create that focus at the seat of the soul, to have that pinpointed focus. Just like you hear Jim say, God first, God only. Well, this is how we do that, is that pinpointed focus and meditation with just truly that intention, that desire to be with God. But that is done through this action of loving. And that sacred name that we share, that we use, is what God has given us to do this with. It's one thing to have an intention and a focus, but if we don't have something that charges it, that moves the energy, then often we can find ourselves wandering without an aim, a purpose, okay? So when we talk about the sacred name, whether it's a spoken name with the hue or ana hue, or the names given in initiation, the unspoken names, they're there for a very specific reason. And that really is to build that power of loving. Those names have a charge to them. That charge is loving. There's a frequency. There's a power there. There's an energy. And when we focus on it, it builds that within us. And literally, the more we can focus, just even on the chanting, knowing that the purpose and the intention in that name is for this action of communion, of loving with God directly. That sacred name and us receiving that is God sharing God's loving with us. And when we chant it, it's how we can share loving back with God. So it's through that name that is brought together, the giving and the receiving. That action, that movement of loving is brought together right in that name as we chant it. That's the purpose of it, the intention with that. So we have to do it, participate with it, for that to take place, for us to awaken with that. I've been finding myself the last few months, really coming more back to that focus on the simplicity of the meditation and making again a very more focused, concerted effort in the meditation itself on the technique. I've talked about it, I think, in a class or two before we wrapped up the year even, to get back to that real focus that seems basic in ways, but yet it's all in that basic, simple action of how the meditation is done and in doing it that takes place. And so we need to be cognizant of that and realize that is not only the primary action, but the most important action in doing this whole pathway, this whole spiritual journey, for the soul to really, truly awaken. That needs to take place, right? It's too easy to get caught up in life and all the self-study, the service, everything else we do and talk about. Yes, that's important and it has its place. But the meditation is the primary thing, the most important, right? Because without God's loving and that true relationship in communion with God, the other is just, I don't know what to call it. It's empty. The real action and power is in the meditation with the name. Most important in making God first and God only. And the important thing to understand, as I was saying a moment ago, all of our wishes, prayers, dreams, all that, when we really make the effort in the meditation, well, it is through God's loving that these things are answered. The prayers are answered. Things are taken care of, as I was saying. Our needs are met. We start to experience more of a fulfillment and understanding of purposefulness in life. It begins to stir us awake. We'll notice things just beginning to move and change or transform on their own without us even having to do anything. That's what happens when we really give that time, that devotion and dedication to our meditation, to really be in that relationship with God. It's that directness that is so important here. And we can tend to forget about that, or we just think, I have a hard time meditating, so then we just kind of give up, or we make a half-assed effort, or we just don't really make it important anymore. We do it because we think in doing that, maybe it'll help me with my problems in life. So really then the focus is on solving the problems in life rather than truly the action of being with God. See, whenever we approach and do the meditation that way, we're going to get half the benefits. We're going to get some, believe me. Just doing the meditation, it's going to do something. But if you really want the full benefit, the full impact, we really need to make it about God first, God only. Because the more you do that, that's where you're going to really see the direct impact, the direct awakening, the real experiences that we're really seeking for. And I don't mean just inner experiences spiritually. Well, yes, primarily that. But like I said, even the effects it's going to have in your whole life, just internally, mentally, emotionally, but even physically, the impact it'll have. So if you're one who has been really struggling, having a challenging time, a difficult time, and you keep thinking you don't have the time for meditation, or your meditation's a struggle, so you're not really making the effort or giving it the focus or time like maybe you did in the beginning, start to come back to that. Go back to like a new beginning. Find a way, maybe not find a way, make a way to now make that primary again. I mean, I'm guilty too. The last decade or so, I'll have to say, I've been finding myself getting caught up in all these other things in life. Well, I've been doing my meditation every single day, but I've been aware inside of me the difference when I haven't made the meditation the most important time. I spent so many years, my meditation was the most important part of my day. It's the most important thing to me in life, to be honest with you, other than doing what we're doing here. I'd look forward to that meditation every single day. And my whole day was structured around that meditation. That was always the main focus. And when I had it that way, that's when what I'd like to call the magic of life happens. That's when I'd literally experience spirit more inner awakening, more direct experience, and notice even in my physical life how spirit would move and work. And I was always amazed and in awe of it. But then as I got more distracted with things in the world and caught up in things, I noticed like, well, where's all the magic, as I would call it, right? The magic to me is just being more aware and attuned in communion with God's loving, not only in my meditation, but when I really had that focus, as I said, I'd notice it all day long in my life experience. And so as I've been spending the time to come back more towards that way I used to do it, I'm beginning to notice more of that beginning to wake up in me again. It's funny to say this, but it's so amazing how easy it is, and we don't even realize it's happening, that we can get caught up or distracted by things in the world and lose that dedication or focus even in our meditation, even if we are doing it regularly and, like 10% of the day, that even if we're doing that, that it's not the same focus or we put in the same energy we used to. Because when we can really put that devotion, that longing, that loving, that dedication with God in the meditation, that true singular desire to be with God, that's what makes everything. That's what transforms everything. So that focus, I don't even want to call it an attitude, but it's almost like an attitude where we adjust it to have that as the most important primary thing inside of us. Because when we make God first, then everything now extends and aligns with that, so then it is God only in all things. When you make God first, then all these other levels in us come into alignment, and then God only now, because we open the door, and it allows the Spirit of God to move in us through every aspect, and then even into the world around us. And it will answer all those issues and problems and struggles that we have in life. Just doing it, the loving literally will answer that, take care of it, handle things. Some things will just go away, mainly because we lose the attachment inside. We just automatically let go of the struggle without even making an effort, like not doing some type of forgiveness process. Literally, it just happens when we really are in the flow of loving and we let the loving just pour through. That's the receiving part. Why I really took the time to do that in meditation today. Even the technique of the breathing to try to charge that up again. Sometimes we've got to do these little extras to charge that up again. As some of you have been initiated, when we share the sacred name initiation, we say in the initiation, those names are actually charged with the Holy Spirit. There's an energy, a power to God's loving that Holy Spirit is. But we've got to activate it. We've got to give it that love and attention for that charge to build and do what it can do. Not just for us, with us, and us with God. It's truly a partnership. Another important thing to pay attention to in all this is to realize it's your responsibility how important it is to you. I've seen too many people just even lately that have gotten this expectation of God doing it for them or God doing it to them. And in a greater ultimate reality, yes, it's all God. Okay? It is. And in what we're doing in this physical human experience, it does take a certain focus and action and way by which to do this so we really now have that truer impact of awakening and soul liberation. Because if we just expect it like God's going to do it to us or for us. We're playing victim. That victim consciousness, if we've been around, we know all the personal growth stuff. We've heard all this victim and bully and this and that. That victim consciousness, though, is a really subtle but big trap or game we can get caught up in. Because in truth, it's not God doing it to us. All right? It's really the choices and actions we make that allow and bring about whatever we experience. It can look like it's God doing it to us or the world doing it to us. Okay? Remember, everything here in this illusionary creation came about through the expression of our loving, through the thoughts, the beliefs, the emotions, the imagination, and all that it came up with to create this physical experience. We're talking eons of karma. All these things in play. God has empowered us as that living, loving expression of God itself to create. And that's what we're doing here, what we've done. We are our own creators. We're doing it with God within us and through us. But God's given us the freedom to create more loving, to create a mess, to create negativity, positivity, darkness, light, all of it. And that's where our responsibility is, that when we have those more negative experiences in life, that we feel like it's being done to us, God's doing it to us, whatever it is, how we feel a victim, powerless. Those are the moments we really need to pay attention to what I'm saying now. To realize we're not a victim, but really we truly have this power within us, especially those of you who have the sacred name. You have that power of God's loving to transform, to awaken, to dissolve the illusion and wake up and realize the truth. And when you utilize it, that'll begin to happen. But if we go into reaction and just play the victim, well, anytime we go into reaction, which victimness is, we've gone into separation from that truth that is that loving expression. And in doing that, we've made a choice to let the illusion have the power. We give our power to it. We don't give our power away. We give our power to by participating. And anytime we choose to not participate, we place our power somewhere else. Okay? We're just moving our power around. We're not giving it away and getting it back. We talk about it that way sometimes, but in truth, we're just moving it around. Wherever we move it and focus it is what we're going to experience. So if we're in reaction, focus in victimness, that's what we're empowering, that's what we're going to experience. But it's not because God's doing it to us. Right? We've got to claim that. That's how we begin to now, yes, in other words, we said take your power back, but that's how we begin to shift the focus by bringing that now back in and up and redirecting that power that we've given to this victim consciousness. And that's where the meditation and the sacred name and the power in that name is key. We can do all the processing, all the psychology, all the forgiveness we want, but if we don't allow this action of what the meditation does to bring the power back, for the loving to lift it back up and refocus it back up to God, it's not going to matter. You can do all the processing you want. It'll give you understanding, but then it's up to you. Well, even in the understanding doesn't mean you're redirecting that power. And all the understanding, the hope is that you'll now realize what you're doing and that you have freedom of choice, that you can begin to now redirect that power. And yes, you can redirect it into something else. You could call it something positive. I'm going to take it from the negative, put it in the positive. Great. Now you're creating a positive karma. that one day you're going to say, wow, this is wonderful. It's so great. I don't want to let it go. So now you're attached to something positive. And at some point, you're going to have to now redirect the power that you created this with and now redirect it back in and up, right? It's called, oh, I love this person so much. I love this pet so much. I love this experience. But it's still karma. In other words, attachment. Doesn't matter if it's positive or negative, it's still attachment. Eventually, we've got to redirect our loving expression, our power, out of the negative and positive and direct it right back on up to God. But it's got to come in and up through us. That redirecting is bringing it out of the physical creation back into us, the source, the soul, and then up to God. And that is where the true communion and the true, if you want to call it magic or miracles, take place, is when we bring that power back out of the positive and negative, back into our own soul, and now up to God in this divine communion of sharing our loving with God and receiving God's loving for us. It's literally how this works. And if you really pay attention to meditation like we did today, you'll start to wake up and become aware of this stuff. How do you think Jim and I talk about this? From our own awareness of what's going on, how life actually works, how spirit works. But we have to have our own experience. So to have our own experience, we have to do this for ourselves. When you realize you have to do this for yourself, is where you'll realize you're no longer a victim. But if you're not doing this, you're going to feel like you're the victim and somebody's bullying you. Even if you're a bully, you'll realize you're still a victim because bullies are usually the biggest victims. They just play the victim to Cal Naringen or Lucifer, the biggest bully of all in this creation, right? Well, the devil made me do it. Yeah, Lucifer did it to you, not God. But are you going to struggle with that and make it a game of all these outer things, right? It's God, it's the devil, it's this or that. Anytime we keep putting it out here on anything, believe me, that's what bullies and victims do, by the way. They will always blame and make it about something other than themselves. So if you're doing that, realize you're caught up in the bully victim game. Positive, negative, good and bad. Karma. As I've said over all the years and probably every talk I do, pay attention to your reaction. If you're in reaction, you're caught up in the game. That reaction is letting you know where you've gone into separation and you have placed your loving, your power into the world in the negative or positive or the victim or the bully. Not saying the bully is the positive and the victim's the negative. Maybe I am, I don't know. They're both simply where we're putting our power rather than to ourselves through loving and with God in loving. Just realize that. So if you blame others, you think it's their fault, any of that, just realize you're caught in the karma and you're actually feeding it and prolonging it. Well, they said this. I can't believe they said that to me. It made me so mad. Yeah, but you're in reaction. Your reaction is your responsibility. So are you going to just make it wrong and make it about them and you think the answer is walking away from them? I'm not going to talk to them again. I'm not going to participate with them anymore. You think that's really the solution? Because believe me, if that's what you're believing and doing, notice if you move on in life, you'll keep doing the same pattern other places. Always the same thing you find yourself doing, you'll find yourself doing it everywhere, no matter who you're with, no matter where you live, no matter how far you've moved away, no matter how new the relationships are and you've gotten away from old ones. If you are still running the same pattern, it is always, always, always going to repeat and play out over and over. Those of you who've been around for a while know what I'm talking about and have discovered that. When we really start to realize what I'm talking about now, At some point, we're going to have had enough. And I don't care if it's out of hurt or anger or depression or anything. There's going to be a day where you're finally going to realize this and go, okay, enough's enough. I'm going to start taking responsibility and realize I'm the one with the power. I'm the one who gets to make the decisions. What do I really want to do here? Because everything I seem to do in the world, good or bad, somehow seems to turn to a problem. Even all the good stuff. You ever notice that? Oh my God, this new relationship, whether it's a person, a thing, an experience, circumstance, whatever, so exciting in the beginning, so new. Yeah. This is what I've done a lot, by the way. And then after a while, it starts to, what, not be so exciting? And then after a while, sometimes it turns to shit, right? Because we're like, what the hell's going on? And why was this so wonderful in the beginning and now it's not? Yeah, because now the karma set in. Now you realize all your patterns you were doing before are still running here. But eventually you realize, oh my God, those are my patterns that I'm running everywhere I go, no matter who I'm with. And so eventually all we got to do is say, okay, those are mine. Let me own them. Let me take responsibility. Let me take ownership. Let me take that, bring that back to myself. Because this whole redirecting or taking our power back, it's got to come back to ourselves by owning it, claiming it, being honest, acknowledging it. The blame game, like I say in the victim bully stuff, that's where we give our power away. That's where we just keep feeding all the illusions, the lies. So at some point, we got to realize all that and say, okay, I'm done. No more. I don't want to feed these illusions and lies anymore. So let me take my power back or redirect your energy, that loving that you've put out here, to redirect it and now put it in here. So take that loving and now direct it into that. That's called self-love, by the way. Self-forgiveness, self-acceptance, self-love, the LAF. It starts with self, because you're the self or the soul that makes the choices, the decisions. So you've got to start and bring it back to self. But if we skip that self and just make it about God, well, you still playing the game just like the bully victim here. Well, those are the ones that are doing the same thing with God. Well, God did it to me. God made this happen. Right? Well, that game, that's making God the positive. And then if you say, well, okay, maybe God didn't, but Lucifer did. It's because of Lucifer. It's because of this. That's just playing the positive negative. We just put God in a positive light and Lucifer in a negative light. It's still the illusion. It's not actually God and Lucifer. It's our mental belief and makeup and our imagination saying all that to somehow make us feel better about whatever's going on, because we're not willing to take responsibility and realize that power we have within us and how powerful that really is. To realize the choices we make, how we feed that and what it does, not only internally, but you see the outer reflection in your life and what goes on. That gives you an idea of how powerful it is. If you just have one other person to see that with, or one thing in your own home or in nature or with pets or anything, you realize that power. I'm not talking on a grand scale of major influence. I'm just talking in whatever daily simple choices and things you participate in. If you realize that, you'll see you're the one who makes those choices that now has the positive and the negative experiences or effects. Because what you put out and put into it is going to be reflected back to you. So the nice things you put out, you're going to have the positive, nice things reflected back. The negative things you put out, you're going to have the negative things reflected back. But most of the time we get so pissed off and upset with that reflection, especially the negative, which is why we talk about the negative a lot, because that's the one where everybody's challenged and is so upset with. But instead of looking at it the way I'm talking now, we get all mad and upset, don't want to deal with it, so we try to avoid it and just look to the positive. So when we have a negative experience that's painful disturbing, we'll automatically try to look to a positive thing to make ourselves feel better. The problem is it doesn't make that go away. It's just a temporary, well, I feel a little better now because I'm focused on the positive. Haven't you noticed this? How many times have you done what I'm talking about? You focus on something positive or something that makes you feel better. I don't care if it's food or sex or movies or TV or some physical experience, something you go do. But if you do that because you're trying to avoid and get away of this other disturbing experience, have you noticed that disturbing experience keeps showing up one way or another? So that's letting you know just because you're doing something temporarily to feel better doesn't answer or handle or change the negative experience. It's important to realize that. Doesn't matter how many times you do that, it's not going to change this because that negative experience is something we have chosen to put our loving into. Not even this life. It can be another lifetime that it's there, carrying around, waiting for us for the day to finally say, okay, I see you, I own you, I take responsibility for what I've created with you. And my reactions are letting me know that. So now in my reaction, let me look at you and start loving and accepting you and forgiving myself for whatever judgments I have or whatever I've done in myself that I don't like what I've created. Because it's really just a self-judgment. There's nothing wrong with what we've created, even in the negative. That's why you'll see me, it's okay when people react. I always say I'd rather have people react because then they're going to now, in their reaction, begin to become more aware of what that is. I don't make reaction wrong. I think it's a good thing because it brings our awareness to these things we're trying to avoid. But now we've got to work and handle that rather than keep avoiding it by doing these other things to get away from it. We want to work with that reaction now, look at that, begin to own it. And a big part of ownership is also forgiving ourselves for judging our creations. If you don't like what you created, that's okay. Forgive yourself for creating it. It's just a judgment. Once you let go of the judgment, you can start seeing it now more for what it is. And then you can begin to accept it. And then it can move into the loving. Literally. That's why the LAF, the loving, accepting, forgiving, is often backwards, FAL. It often starts with forgiveness of self to be able to even move into acceptance and the loving of what it is that we've created. Okay? Just remember that. It's a really simple, literally scientific, step-by-step process. It's just hard to see it when we're in our reactions because our reactions blind us to what it actually is, but yet our reactions are letting us know it's right there. Again, it doesn't matter if it's victim or bully. We just have to be willing to no longer avoid and to look at it. That's why in the past you hear me say, look, learn, and love. You got to look at it in order to even learn or understand what it is. And then in that, you can begin to love what that is, take ownership or responsibility, and free yourself of that to redirect your loving now back up to yourself and to God. Right? Now, when we're meditating on the sacred name that charge like I did today with the breath, hopefully you experience like literally a charge, like a tingling or a pressure up here, because often combining the breath with the name will help to kind of do that, right? But I want you to know why I did that, so it brings your awareness here, wakes you up to what that is, but then in that charge, if you remember the talks we've done before, and Jim's talked about this a lot, when we're meditating, we're collecting the soul here. Every cell, every atom in our body, our consciousness, let alone our thoughts and feelings and imagination, literally those are sparks of our soul giving life to every atom even. In all these thought forms, emotions, imagination, and all of our body. So when we're literally chanting that name, that charge is collecting the soul. In other words, all the sparks of the soul in all the atoms, the cells, in our thoughts and feels, the energy around us are literally all being pulled through that name, that charge in that name. Loving pulls loving to itself. So when we charge that name from God through the Holy Spirit and charge it, that charge of the Holy Spirit literally collects all those little shards or sparks of the soul where we've put our loving in all of our creations. The chanting brings all of that back right here. It collects our soul back to ourselves. Our soul, if you want to say, becomes more whole. Truth is, we never really truly lost ourselves. It just appears that way. Because all that we've put our loving into, in a sense, in the illusion, is kind of clouded in darkness. It's like putting a flame in a cave. That's what this is, by the way. Put a flame in the cave and shut the door. Well, now it's all dark because the door's shut, but the flame is still in the cave. Well, that flame is in every atom and cell. It's just the door's shut and it's in a cave. So when we chant the name in that charge, it opens the door and now brings the light out of every single thing and collects itself to this little light, becomes a real flame, a radiant flame. The soul is a radiant flame of God's loving. And when we've collected that enough, then it now opens a greater opportunity called now enough of our loving is restored from all the illusion and karmas that we've collected back here. And now in that, there's the opportunity where we say God in that radiant form will meet us right here at the seat of the soul. And that's where we literally in meditation, when that door is open, when that spiritual eye is open, the door is open, and our loving is collected here, we can literally see the inner light of the Holy Spirit, that purple light or that golden white light. That Holy Spirit is right there. That's why we can see it in our meditation. And then all we gotta do is relax and allow ourselves to now move into the Holy Spirit, to move out. That's what I'd call an out-of-body experience. When you let go of fully and your soul really goes out of body, that's what happens. But that only happens when you've collected your soul, that energy's built enough that you're free enough of all the attachments, even in just a moment. Even though you have these karmas and a lot of years of your life left, you can do this every moment for that moment in time there. That's called a really nice, good meditation, right? When you've built the energy enough and long enough, all of a sudden that door opens and you either go out of body now and the Holy Spirit now takes you on this amazing experience, journey, or the door just opens and you witness and the Holy Spirit brings to you. Or even both. It brings to you and you go to it. Okay? I've had it even straight up out of the head, not just through here, but even here, where I'm both going up and it's coming down to me. So it's like we're just meeting. It's all happening at the same time. But that takes place by us just holding that focus on the sacred name, chanting, focusing, loving God, letting God love us. And that's all we can do. Anything else we do gets in the way. If we try to do all this other process, during that time it gets in the way. There's a time to do this other process, but when it comes to the time in meditation, we want to just focus on that chanting, building the power of the name. Again, that's where the magic happens, when that power builds. One-pointed focus, God first, God only. And then literally, that's where God takes care of the rest. That's where God will handle things. That's where our needs will be met. And all those dreams, desires, hopes, wishes that we think we wanted, the ones that are really best not for us to have, those will dissolve. They'll release, they'll let go, they'll go away. But then what will remain are the ones that are really meant to be, that we're meant to experience, that God does want for us, and that is what is going to be truly for our greatest good. and our journey of experience and awakening and liberation and going home to God. Okay? This is how this works. But if you find yourself so caught up, even in your meditation, just thinking about all the things in life, trying to control it. I want it this way. I want this. I want things to turn out this way. If you're always caught up in that so much, you're not even giving God a chance, let alone giving yourself a chance. The truth is you're the victim to yourself, not to God or Lucifer. You're a victim to yourself. You're a bully to yourself. Because truth is we're bullying and victimizing ourselves all the time. And the world around us is just going to reflect that. I know a lot of people getting caught up in the politics and get so upset out of reflection. But I also know plenty of people, they don't care. It's like, well, yep, that's the world doing what it does. But you know what? I'm okay because I know my relationship with God. God first, God only. I'm at peace with that. I understand this is what goes on in the world, always has, always will. This creation is set up as negative politics. Negative politics, yeah, it is. Lucifer's counsel, negative politics. There you go. It's set up that way in this creation. Negative, positive, right? You got to acknowledge it and accept it. Allow it to be the way it is. If you get caught up in it around reaction, you're just feeding the bully victim, the politics, positive, negative. I'm not saying to sit around and do nothing. I'm saying let go of that, redirect, God first, God only, but realize how you do that is the meditation is the direct way. It's not just an attitude. It's a living reality. You've got to move into the living reality, the realness of it, not just a concept or a philosophy. That's not what this is at all. We're not doing a theology here. We're doing the living truth. So you've got to live the truth of what spirit is, what loving is. And when you do, you're going to wake up and realize what we share here for yourself. When you realize that, it's just a living beingness of who you are and what God is. It has nothing to do with all the illusion, all the politics of the world, let alone our own families and friends. Okay? Before that to happen, it's got to be, I can't stress enough, it's got to be that important to you. We're that dedicated and devoted that it is more important than all the games of the world, let alone your own life and your own relationships. That's why it's always make God first and God only. And the more you do, the more it'll happen. And you'll see all these things again change in your life. Right, so I'm trying to really go into the details so you understand the practical know-how and what needs to be done for that to happen. And yes, it takes time. But on a daily basis, I literally find changes on a daily basis. They may seem small at times, but I've seen that when that power builds daily, over time, those changes add up, and then there's big changes where a lot happens all at once. That's what happens. It builds momentum. It accumulates. That loving builds and builds, the power builds. But if we're not doing what builds it, then there's nothing to change current status quo, right? All the stuff you don't like, all the problems stays the same, don't go away. You want to change, this is how you have the change. It's not just changing your mind and making a new decision. I see so many people do that. They get up, well, if I do all these affirmations and positive thinking, I'm going to manifest my life. And they just focus on that, and yet all the shit problems follow them everywhere they go. And then they wonder why it doesn't work. I see it all the time. Believe me, I've done enough of it in my own life. But this is why. Because it's not just changing our mind. It's not just an attitude change. It's a living reality of how Spirit, God, our soul works. So it's got to come from our soul, God, the Holy Spirit. It doesn't come through affirmations, through a mental construct, through philosophy, through belief systems, through emotional changes, through psychology, through doing the best treasure maps and affirmations and all you can to try to manifest what you want in life. That can give you a direction. So I don't mean to put this down. I'm just saying sooner or later you're going to wake up to the truth, the living reality beyond all of this stuff that the world's doing right now. The real power and source of that behind it all. We can maybe temporarily give ourselves the illusion that it's changing for the better. But like I said, once you now notice after a while, like, wow, it's great, all these new things I've been doing. Well, if the old shit comes along that you've been avoiding and trying to get away with, nothing's really changed. Like I said, maybe appearances have changed out here, but if this old stuff that you've been avoiding and not wanting to look at or deal with, still coming around, new face, same spirit. So, embrace the positive and the negative. Look at your reactions. Forgive yourself for judging whatever that is in your life, in your disturbance. Start embracing, loving, accepting, forgiving all of this in the negative, all of your disturbance. Don't avoid it anymore. And don't avoid the positive either, just because of the way I'm saying this today. Because sometimes, I know sometimes for me in the past, when I've heard these things, I'm like, well, what's the point of any of it then? Why should I try anything? Well, maybe that's not a bad idea. It's not trying anything in the positive, negative, but rather spend your time and focus just here in loving God and allowing God to love you. Try doing that as your focus and purpose and see what happens rather than trying to create the life you want. Focus on just loving God and letting God love you, and then see what unfolds in your life. You want real change, real transformation? You've heard the phrase, the truth will set you free. Well, that truth will also truly transform and change your life inside, but then your outer reflection is going to change as well. And that will be a completely permanent change where the old baggage doesn't follow you around anymore. But this is how that takes place. All right? So do everything else that you've been doing if you want, or in hearing what I'm saying, you realize, wow, I'm doing too much of this other crap. Let me just get back to the meditation, put in the time, the effort, get my loving devotion and dedication and making God first the most important thing again, and doing that with the meditation, then that's to me the best choice any of us could make and do. And then see what happens. Call it the great experiment, the grand experiment, the great experiment. You hear me talk about experimenting all the time with things in the world, right? That's just the outer reflection, so you start waking up. If you want to do the real experiment, the great experiment, that's the meditation. Believe me, you do that, it's amazing, and then you're just going to see things change, and you don't have to do anything, it's just going to happen. And then all the other amazing things that'll take place that God will bring forward for you, as well as just release and let go of all the things you've been trying to change anyway. Okay. I think that's it for me for the moment.
Very good. I don't know if I'm going to have a lot to say, but I do want to say that that was an excellent sharing. And it's one I think that could be a primary talk for new initiates or people who are looking at initiation, and to be continued to be listened to. That's like a once a year talk, if not more, to keep reminding us, because we all need to be reminded of what this path is really all about, because this path is so subtle and so simple and so not normal, if you will, in the world. And it's easy to lose sight of what this is all about and what we do want to focus on and the actions and not the reactions that we want to live in. And that sharing just laid it out very, very clearly. And so I would like to, in our own, thing, the way we lay things out, is set this as a primary sharing.
We can add it to the intro pack.
Yeah, that would be good.
There you go. Take note, Tanya.
That would be good,
We'll add
because
that to the intro pack.
that was a very primary talk for all of us to be reminded. We all need to be reminded. Believe me, I need to be reminded. You need. Everybody does.
Oh, that was my reminder to myself. Kind of summed up what I've been doing the last 10 years.
Yeah, really. So that was very good. I really enjoyed that, and that just added so much, and it brought up so much more that I could share, and yet I don't know yet if it's time. Wow, that's a good question.
Well, now that you put that out, of course I want to hear you share. Come on.
No,
Yes.
but this sharing could stir up more than it could answer for people. Just don't know what to do.
Well, take a moment.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing here, because
Well, if you don't do it now, I hope you at least save it for the retreat.
yeah, that might give us more time in a retreat to have 5 days to, kind of go over it again and again and again
Or just
and get it
remember,
clear.
there's next week and then 2 weeks of the confessions counseling class people can process.
True. That's true. The one thing I would definitely say is, when I was just very young and I woke up and I had my first experience with God, and I was told God first and God only, I knew that was a primary statement for me. And it has been that way all my life. God first and God only has been a primary action, a primary thought, a primary direction. And that's why I say it over and over and over and make it a very big statement in ILM, because it's a big, big statement. Because if we don't put God first in the alignment of the flow of consciousness and of life, then everything falls apart. But if we put God first in ourselves, in our actions, in our thoughts, in our feelings, and in our spiritual path, then everything does come into alignment, and it simplifies. And it also begins to bring awake to us all that truth that Brian just shared about who we are and why we are and how we are here to live our life to the fulfillment. That talk just talked about us living to the fulfillment of things, not living in separation, not living in anger, not living in pain, but rather living in the fulfillment. And that's what this pathway is about living in the fulfillment of life. And that means getting things lined up the way they are meant to be. And that way everything flows and makes sense, and it comes to a place of completion, some fulfillment, rather than always struggling. This world of separation, this world of illusion, this world that is ruled by somebody other than God itself, is a process of battle, of challenge, and it is ever working to keep a soul trapped here, not free. Freedom is not a part of this creation. Freedom is in soul. Freedom is in loving God and putting God first, and knowing what God is to put that first. Everything down here, even what we in so many ways call God, is just an illusion. It's not true. The God that the people on the spiritual path of light and sound talk about, that's God. That's the Creator. That's the one who manifested our soul and allowed us to go forth and have experience. But that which is the Lord of this creation, it's a limited source and it's caught up in itself. It doesn't think about anything but self, self, self. Excuse me. So when you're meditating, put God first. Start out your meditation with God first, the primary beginning. I bow to you, O Lord. I am here, Lord. I open to you to receive your blessings, your grace, your awareness, your fulfillment. And then move into your meditation. Move into chanting the sacred name that will bring that forward for you. Because that sacred name is everything. It is the source of power by which you wake up, by which you become awake and aware, and by which you return back to that which is true for you. All of this that we see down here, everything, is not real. It's an illusion that we ourselves created for ourselves. And there's no way we're ever, as a physical form, going to truly understand that. Only in spirit, only through our meditation, can we truly become aware and awake of what the illusion is and what the true is. That's where we begin to wake up and know the difference between the two. These bodies, these consciousnesses of the body, they believe the illusion because they're a part of the illusion. This body is a part of the illusion. This is not who I am. This is not who you are. This is what the illusion created for us to live in separation from the true. And it's for us to wake up, even while we're in the body, to wake up and to know the truth of who we really are. Not this body, not this creation, but spirit, soul, loving, a divine spark of God. Then and only then can we, as a divine spark of God, return back from which it came. It came from God. It is the spark of love and life that wants to return home to itself, wants to return home to God. It is separated right now down here. And it's using these bodies to have experience here, and in hopes one day to get initiated to liberate itself again. And that's when that divine spark is able to go home, to go back to God from which it came, and join in union once again. Not in separation, not in a world of duality, but a place of oneness. The divine spark is one, and in that divine spark is all things, because it is God. It is God the Creator. So God the Creator dwells right here, right now, inside of each of us. And if we can wake up to that Creator and know the Creator for what it truly is in us and us in it, then we begin to be creators ourselves. And in that creation, we can begin to put ourselves back together once again in God. by looking to God first and God only. Then we can become one once again from which we came and not live in this illusion. We can be in the body down here. We can be doing things in this creation, but we live in the oneness with God, even as we live in this separation. We know who we are. We know where we came from and where we're going. And we know that we're here to serve a purpose right now for God. And that is to have experience in this separation, in this illusion, in this world that is ruled by another than God. And in that, we become greater in awareness of knowing, of understanding all of creation. Not just this creation of the illusion, but the creation of the true, which is God and the spiritual universe. And it's very simple. It's very, very simple. There's not a lot of bits and pieces and parts that you have to understand and define and put into organization and place inside of you and inside of the world and inside of creation. All you have to do is to become one with the divine spark that is here, to wake up to that, and all the understanding, all the wisdom will fall into place inside of you. That's what's happened with Brian and myself. That's what happens with all spiritual teachers if they are the true spiritual teacher. And that's what they share from. They don't share from a place of confusion. They don't share from a place of separation. And they don't share about things that create separation and illusion. They share a very simple pathway. And that simple pathway is meditation upon the sacred name and waking up to the greater truth within you. That's what this pathway is really about. That's what we've always shared. And it's been very interesting throughout the years that we've been doing this together, and even before, where people would come to us and ask us to add this to it, add that to it. I did this over in another pathway and I liked it, but I want to bring it here because it's so good. And we look at these things and we look and realize they're a part of the mind, they're a part of the emotions, they're part of the world, they're wishful thinking, just so much that doesn't belong on this pathway of simplicity in God, because they're a part of the illusion. So we've always had to say, no, thank you, appreciate you sharing that with us, but that's not what we're here for. We're here about one simple thing, God first and God only. And many of you have understood that and are living that. You have allowed yourself to let go of all those illusions, all those belief systems that you may have carried with you when you first walked into this pathway and became initiated. But slowly but surely, as you've practiced this meditation and moved into that simplicity, those things have just dropped away from you because they were not important, and they are not important today. And you know that. And you like the simple path of light and sound. You like the simple path of God. It's much easier just to wake up to God, wake up to the divine within you, and live that, than to be looking outside yourself and ever be trying to put these parts together and let go of these things and whatever, whatever. God first is a lot easier to live. It may not sound like it because you're not sure there is a God, or it may not sound like it because you don't know how to live in God. You may believe in God, but you don't know how to live in God. But that's what this pathway is about. It's about just focusing on God and let God come to you. Let God wake up inside of you. And you will become aware of God in that way. God reveals to itself. If you were a part of the illusion, God would not be revealing God to you because you're a part of an illusion that isn't true, that isn't real. God is real, and God reveals itself to the real. That's why, as one who came forward asking for initiation, we could initiate you because you were now looking for the real, not the illusion. And there have been people we haven't initiated because they're still caught up in the illusion. And even those that got initiated, but still were looking for the illusion, we've seen them do the pathway, do the meditation, but still are not finding what they want. And so they walk away from this pathway back out into the world to do the world and try to find that which they're looking for. And we bless them and say, good luck, have a joyous time, and know that we're always here. And years later, sometimes 5, sometimes 10, whatever it takes, all of a sudden, here they come back. Because they have looked and looked and tried all these things in the world, this pathway, that meditation, this practice, this action, and nothing fit, nothing answered anything inside that they were really looking for. It may have answered a little bit of something, but it didn't give the full answer. And they realize that this is the real answer. And they come back to do the practice here now. And that's just great. And others we've actually initiated knowing that they're not ready yet. But if they do the work, they'll be ready. If they really do the meditation, they'll be ready. And if not, they've at least been initiated in this lifetime so that in the next, it'll be easier for them to enter into this pathway and really begin to do the practice. There's reason and meaning for everything in this life. And we understand that in many ways because of where we sit inside of ourselves with God. Does it make us special? Not in the least. It just means we're awake to something that a lot of people are not yet awake to. And we're here to assist those people that are ready and wanting to wake up to do so. The simple path is a simple way, and it's really the true way to get home to God, because it's not a part of this illusion at all. There are no rules, there's no regulations that the pathway holds for you. There's no rules and regulations. There is just the way, meditation, the sacred name, inner practice, putting God first. So wherever you find yourself in the course of events of this life, in your life, put God first. If you have, that's great. And if you haven't, start putting God first in the midst of it all. Invite God into everything. God, I'm going to try this idea out and see what it's like. I just invite you to come in with me and go before me, clearing the way that I might walk it with understanding and clarity and gain the wisdom that is there for me to learn. And if there's nothing really here for me to learn, to get insight and be able to let go and move on to what's next for me. Just keep it simple and realize there is no perfect way other than God. If a pathway does not put God first, I now know not to walk it because it's not going to take me where I want to go. And there's not a lot of pathways out there that put God first in the truest sense, because those pathways often have a lot of rules and regulations and do's and don'ts. And they have a lot of other primary rules that you have to live by and fulfill in order for you to be in alignment with the God that they are focused on. The true God has none of that. God just wants you to come home, and God has found a simple way to do so. The Lord of this creation has created a lot of rules, a lot of regulations, and a lot of different pathways to find the God of this creation. A lot of different pathways. But this pathway is only about God. It's not about anything else. Not about your right and wrong. Not about their right and wrong. Not about money. Not about food. Not about sex. Not about anything other than your soul. In truth, we want your soul, but not the way Lucifer wants it. We want your soul to return home from which it came and stop living in the separation and in the pain that that separation causes. We want you to go back into the oneness from which you came, return now, and live there in the harmony and the peace and the loving and the joy that is God, that is you. Because you are that divine spark of God. That's who you are. That's who you always have been. And that's who you always will be. Always be. In that spiritual universe that is God. So put God first. Not your mind, not your wants, not your will, not your expectations, not your needs, nothing. Only God. God first. And then let God lead the way and let God bring to you what God has in mind and in store for you to experience and to learn in this lifetime. We pray the Lord's Prayer for the Christian faith. And part of that prayer is, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Thy will be done. It doesn't say my will, God, will be done. Thy will be done. There's a big difference there in that statement. What would that Lord's Prayer sound like if all of a sudden you go, and my will be done on earth as it is in heaven? That rings hollow, shallow, empty. My will, I want my will, Lord. And God's going, well, let's see if my will and your will can line up. And if not, then you'll have to come into alignment with my will. But if you say, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven, and you say that over and over and over, eventually you're going to go, wait a minute, thy will be done. What is thy will for me? What do you want for me? Isn't what I want what you want? Or is something different here going on? That was a big eye-opener for me when I realized that my will maybe isn't God's will. And I was upset. Why didn't God want what I wanted? I knew what I wanted. I knew what I needed. Why can't God give that to me then? Why can't it be my will be done? But I eventually realized that God didn't create me and God's loving to get my way, but rather for me to fulfill God's way, God's purpose, God's meaning, and to let me come into the fuller alignment with the God of all things. Not live in separation out here called, wait, my will, this is my will over here. This is what we're doing. If anything, that's what this lower creation is all about. Lucifer is doing my will. Lord, you get out of here. Don't step in my territory. It's my will that's being done here. Well, take a look around at what my will looks like. It's a mess. It's painful. It's agonizing. It's separation. It's loneliness. It's longing. It's ever needy. And that's just the beginning of the list.
All things sliced meat of.
That's right. That's not the slice of bread I want to eat.
Give us day our daily bread.
That's right. Well, if you're praying for my will, your daily bread is not going to be so tasty.
It might be a little moldy too.
Yeah, it does get old and stale from lifetime to lifetime. But thy will, the will of God, it is a fulfillment in itself. It's never unfulfilled. It's always whole and complete and fulfilled in every moment. And in meditation, we can become aware of that. We feel it as peace, as centeredness, as wholeness, as oneness. And you are a part of that, and you know that. And you sense and know God is there in that with you and for you. And you are there with God and for God. So it's a matter of just where we're looking and what it is we're praying for. In this lifetime, I've had ups and downs. I've had challenges in many different ways, including health. And yet I know this is the will of God. I know it. God laid out for me when I was 10 years old all these things about my health that I was going to be witnessing. And God didn't say, this is how it's going to be. God asked me and said, would it be okay if it's this way? Would it be okay if we do this? Would it be okay if this develops for you? God didn't say, this is what you're going to have to do. God asked me, and I said, Lord, whatever thy will is, I will do. Well, if I'd really known what I was saying yes to, I may not have said yes. And I don't know what God would have done then if I had said, no, 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 I don't want to do that. I don't know. All I know is I said yes to God. And I have been through so much physically, just physically, in God's will. But it has been a learning for me. It has been a blessing for me in so many ways. I cannot complain about it to this day. I know God has reason. I don't always understand everything. But God asked, and I said yes. And so here I am in the body that I'm in and in the condition that I'm in. But God asked, and I said, sure, okay, let's do it. So it doesn't mean that everything that is God's will for you in this lifetime may be all roses, may be all money, may be all of anything that you would have imagined. But God has a reason and a way for everything. And I know better than God. No, I don't. God knows better than me. And that's what I have to go for. God has reason. God has understanding. God has meaning for my life as an expression of God. And I let it unfold because of that. I don't fight it. I don't complain about it. I just live it. And I love it. Because God laid it out for me. What can I not do but love it? God had a plan. God has a plan. And I'm living that plan. So walk the simple path of loving, acceptance, and forgiveness. Walk the simple path of God first and God only. Walk the simple path of oneness in God, not in separation, looking for God. Walk the path of initiation in the sacred name, and let life unfold in God's way and in God's timing. All right. I guess that's that for me. And that wasn't what I was going to maybe challenge everybody with. One day I will, but not yet. I want to, but I don't know. I've got to get clearer inside about when is the time to share some of that. So I've got a good surprise for you though coming up. One of these days. Surprise, surprise. All right.
Okay, do you want to wrap it up, or would you like to do like the little wrap-up meditation first?
What time is it?
20 after 3.
We can do a little meditation.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll go into a little meditation, maybe 10 minutes. If you just want to close your eyes, it'll kind of bring us into alignment again with everything that we've talked about and allow everything inside of us to settle into the loving that is God. So just focus now on God first and God only. And know that you are a part of that God first and God only. You are a divine spark of that. And that is what you're living. And more every day you're waking up to that. And letting go of all the illusions that the world has tried to hide it from you. By focusing on God first and God only, you wake up past the illusion and into the truth. And that truth is just so simple. So just for a few minutes, just focus on God first and God only, and you being a part of that oneness. So begin to bring your awareness back outward, bringing forward all that you've experienced in this meditation. And as you're ready, you can begin to be more aware of the outer surroundings. And open your eyes when you're ready. Surprised the world hasn't changed, but you have. Every time you meditate, the world changes a little bit more inside of you. Not outside so much, but definitely inside.
All righty. Hello, we're back. You need to turn yours on. All right. I hope Tanya got a few questions for us on the break.
I do.
Good. All right. Well, I guess anytime you're ready, Tanya.
Okie doke. You guys can hear me okay?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we hear you
fine.
just fine. I may be
Okay.
laughing a bit today. So different than usual, right?
Right. Okay, here we go. Question number one. Dear Mr. Jim and Mr. Brian and the entire ILM family, first of all, I would like to express how happy I was to finally see Mr. Jim join the Zoom class again after several months. May abundant health always be bestowed upon you. Mr. Brian, thank you for all your extraordinary support and guidance. The answers you have given have truly helped me in my spiritual journey. To both of you and the entire ILM family, I offer my deepest gratitude. It is truly a blessing for me to be able to join and be part of the great ILM family.
Wow. Thank you. That's
That's
very
wonderful.
nice. Yes, that's my favorite kind of sharing like that. I get the sincerity in there.
Yeah.
That runs deep when it's like that. So thank you for sharing. It means a lot to us as well.
Okay, and then there are two questions with the after the sharing. I have two questions. The number one, I recently read a book titled, and I apologize, I'm probably going to butcher this. It's Anurag Cigar
Oh,
of
Oh
cigar.
yeah, Anurag Cigar, you got it.
Okay, Anurag Cigar of Kabir.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay, so I didn't do too bad. Okay. It explains that during meditation, we should focus on the sound that arises from the right ear because that is where the sound of the divine spirit is present. It also says that we should not listen to the sound that arises from the left ear because that belongs to the world of illusion, in parentheses says cow,
Mm-hmm.
and that it would do, let's see, and that if we do, we may become trapped in this lower world. This has made me somewhat confused. During meditation, I hear a sound similar to insects, and I do not know where the sound originates. I simply focus on that sound, believing it to be the call of the divine spirit. I
It
kindly
is.
ask for your clarification of this matter, and then I'll let you guys before we
Right.
go into the second one.
Yes. Do you mind if I start?
Go ahead.
That is a great question. It's all true what was shared in our Initiates Handbook. We share that too. That one of the main things to try to clarify is that when we're dealing with this creation, the negative creation, the reflection of Lucifer's, it's a positive, negative, left and right. So the right side is where you hear Jim, and please share more detail after this, Jim. I want to just kind of cut to the chase of mainly that inner sound. Is that in the positive, negative, when we're beginning this pathway and for many years on that journey up to the soul realm, it's going to be that journey of Lucifer or the negative power from the world coming up from the left side, trying to distract us, to pull us down. And so spirit will come in, two things from the right side like that, but also spirit comes in from up above. Okay. We talk about it often from the right side, but also from the front and from above. And even with that, we still need to pay attention. So I want to be very clear here that those are good general guidelines and are true, okay? And we also need to be discerning and pay attention to no matter what the energy is from where it's coming from. Why? I have had the negative power literally come on my right side and literally like, like a handgun, when it goes off, it's really loud and can make your ear ring, deafen you. I've literally had the negative power come on my right side and shoot off a gun trying to deafen me on the right side so I couldn't hear the sound current. Okay, so when we're in this creation, the negative power can play tricks and do all kinds of things, all right? So the other part of it, all right, and this is where if you would please share more about it, because I love when Jim goes into some of this type of stuff. That insect-like, or what I actually like to call it's a higher pitched ringing, like in the ear, but it's so high pitched, it's like an insect. And when I was taken out of body one time years ago, literally I followed that sound up, and the Holy Spirit brought me to its origin point. That origin point was literally the top of the soul realm, where literally the Lord of the Soul, called Sat Purush in the Indian terminology, or God really, as God's taken on the individual form as a personage, where we talk about the face of God, or the creator of our souls, and where we can literally experience talking to God directly. That level, and that's the level where God, out of the ocean of loving God, manifests the droplets, the individualization, the divine sparks out of the oneness, okay? So that origin point of that at the top of the soul realm is a very high-pitched frequency that as we listen to that, because like right now I hear it, and it's always much louder whenever we do classes, I hear it in both ears. I don't know what side it is. It's coming from everywhere, inside, outside, I don't know, I just hear it. It's present. Once we go beyond the negative creation and go into spirit, the soul realm and up, then all the right, left side doesn't matter, okay? So when it's a higher frequency, like the high-pitched frequency coming out of soul realm, it's just part of in you as a soul. And it doesn't matter if it's right or left side, front, back, anything, because it's from the soul realm and it's directly inside of you with your own soul. The left and right sided energies are what we could call the external energies, where we're in separation. So that's in the world where we'll see, as you mentioned, the left side, like it says in Anyar Cigar, and also then the right side, more the positive, because even in the Holy Spirit comes into this creation, it often will take on more of a right-sided or seemingly like positive energy, even though that's not, I don't want to get too into that because of how we talk about positive, negative in this level. And the one last thing I'll say, the way I always discern is to experience the frequency not only with your ears, but even look, like if there's an image as well as a sound, to look directly at it. Like if it's a personage, if it's of the negative, that can sometimes even appear in front of you, But if you look in the eyes, you'll know. Because if it's something to do with Lucifer or Kelner it'll be cold, it'll have a darkness, an emptiness. There won't be a spirit of loving there. When it's of spirit, it'll have an essence of loving or neutrality. That's the key. No matter what, right, left side, up above, down below, anything, is always that frequency that when we attune and we always just go inside and attune to that loving, the soul and Holy Spirit inside of us, that's the discerner that'll let us know for sure. And if you're not sure, just observe and start chanting the sacred name. Just observing and being detached and chanting the sacred name will empower you with the Holy Spirit. Anything not of the Holy Spirit has to leave at some point, and that which is of the Holy Spirit will now stay with you, be part of the action, and now lift you higher. Okay? And I say this, it's more important to observe and pay attention and always focus on the loving so you don't go into fear. Because if the left side now, if you have this thing like, oh my God, I gotta be careful, I gotta pay attention, you're gonna be in reaction, and then that energy will have a hold of you. That's why we don't talk about left, right side energies that often anymore, because we found too many people getting too concerned or fearful of that coming up, so they were giving energy to it. You want to give your energy to God. When you give your energy to God, you don't have to worry about any of that, okay? If and when it shows up, it's just going to be for your awareness and learning experience. It's not going to, even if something happened to you where you got distracted and caught up in it, it's just a learning experience. It doesn't trap your soul forever. It doesn't mean you can't just turn around the next day or that same day and keep chanting the sacred name and be free of it. You definitely can. Definitely. So don't fear it. Fearing it, going into reaction with it is really the worst thing, but even that worst thing is only just momentary. Okay?
Also, the one thing is you said that it sounded like insects, and that's an important factor in the sound current that you're talking about. So the sound current of insects has to do with the etheric realm, the realm just below the soul realm and the first level of the physical realms of existence. And so it's telling you that you are going into or through the etheric realm towards the soul, and you're going in the right direction. You just don't want to focus on the crickets because that will keep you more in the etheric. But the sound of the crickets is letting you know where you are and what direction you're going. And you're going in the right direction, and you're good at a good level, just headed on out of the physical realm and into the realm of soul. So that's very good. And that's something to really pay attention to is the different types of sounds that you do hear, because each realm has its own soul sounds, and it's good to have the identity to know where you're located in your journey. But it's just not to focus on the sound and try to get that sound again, but rather just be aware of at that moment, that's where I'm traveling, that's where I've been. But it's not to go back and try to recapture that again. And it's very interesting because the sound of the sound current that comes in from the right side, it comes from spirit, and it comes down and it cups underneath the soul and lifts the soul up. Where the sound of the left side, it comes up from the lower and grabs a hold and tries to pull the soul back down. So that's why we want to not pay attention so much to the left-sided sound, because that's the sound that will try to pull us away or pull down into the world. But if we're listening and getting sounds on the right side, we do want to lift up or let that lift us up into the higher. And so that's why paying attention in that way can be very important if you're getting sound current and you're doing it and you're aware of it on one side or the other.
And I just want to add for clarity's sake, because Jim mentioned like the insects, that he mentioned crickets. Sometimes we call the buzzing, can be insect
Bees.
sound or buzzing like bees or crickets. If it is that specifically, like you were mentioning, that's the etheric realm, like Jim said. The sound I was talking about, in case it was that, if it's that high pitched ringing, not an actual insect or buzzing,
Yeah.
that's the one in the soul realm at the top. But even if you listen to frequency, like the buzz, the buzzing or crickets, that's a stage in that direction. That ringing in the ear is such a higher, finer frequency than the buzzing. That's what I was referring to in the soul realm. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear and not confusing in what we just shared now.
And it's a difference. The ringing is a different
Hmm.
sound totally than crickets
Yeah.
or bees or insects.
Okay, his second question is, many people consider the rapid advancement of AI to be a threat. Many are afraid that they will lose their job. However, I see it differently. I feel that AI takes over much of our work that may actually give us more time to turn our attention towards God and to return to the true home of the soul. In this current era, we are required to focus heavily on daily routines and work responsibilities, but when AI helps handle many of these tasks and our free time increases, perhaps that is God's will, that He wants us to think more about the path home, to return to Him. Perhaps all of this is already part of the divine plan. I humbly ask for your thoughts on this. Thank you for all your support, love, guidance, and for this afternoon's class, your loving initiate.
Thank you. You want to start or you want me to?
No, go ahead.
Um, just remember anything to do with technology is really part of this world. And it's often what we'll call the path of evolution, where the path, spiritually, we teach here is the path of involution, where we go up. Evolution is a spiral around, whether it's down or going up. And AI is really just part of the evolutionary path. It's a higher technology, and it's part of, the frequency had changed. The planet's going through is a higher frequency, but it's a higher, really moving more in a mental frequency. So in other words, the Aquarian age coming out of the Piscean age, we're coming out of a causal or emotional frequency and moving more of a higher mental. And the AI is really part of that mental frequency of evolution. It doesn't have anything to do with this pathway, um, or if you want to, I don't know, that gets into a whole nother big grand scheme of things, when we're starting to deal with some of these things. But just know as far as what we're doing on this pathway is completely different, and that has nothing to do really with the action of spirits. It's more the evolutionary process and just moving more to the higher mind. And yeah, everything you said around AI, sure, that's definitely all, potential and possible. And I would agree with a lot of what you said. I like that. And I like the focus you have to free you up to focus on God more. But believe me, a lot of people won't focus on God with whatever more free time they have. They'll find something to do. And again, that's where it comes down to the freedom of choice and all. But for you following a pathway, that's definitely something that it could potentially offer for sure. But that potential is here and now, regardless of what happens with AI or not.
That's good. Yeah, it's really, I don't know anything about AI. In truth, I haven't experienced it. I haven't really done much with it. And I know it's a part of the evolutionary world, not the spiritual world. But it is going to be very interesting to see it unfold
Hmm.
and to come across in the world the way it's going to. I think it's going to have a major impact on humanity. I think it's going to have a major impact on humanity in its growth, and it has a potential for a great growth, but we'll see what humanity does with it. Like Brian said, not that many people are really focused on God and spirit, and probably will not take the time to all of a sudden change over and do that. But whatever, it's here to serve us. It's here for our growth of the soul, and we have to stop and look and see the evolution, if you will, of soul. It's moving into a higher frequency, the body consciousness as well as our own soul. And it's time now for, in that awakening, in that movement forward, that something else come in to be the foundation upon which things are built and stand on. And AI may be a part of that. I don't think it'll be the whole of it, but it could be a part of that foundation. So we'll just have to see how it's going to evolve. I don't think it's going to be, I don't think it was meant to be a negative like a lot of people are making it out to be, or something to be afraid of. But I do think it's going to be challenging for a lot of people because it is going to introduce a lot of change. But it'll be good change in the long run if people will utilize it in the proper way.
Also, in case, because it sounds like you're really reading some more of the Hindu, or like you mentioned, Anurag Sagar. I know sometimes they talk about the yugas, the different yugas, and Jim's mentioned a yuga before. It's an age, the big ages, and the yuga or period we're moving into. Yes, it's a time where in those frequencies going to the higher mental realm, it does open doors for more souls, but again, because of all their journey through evolution and experience, we'll be ready, and those doors will be more open and available for the path of sound and light. So there'll be a lot more souls getting initiated going forward in the coming age, the new yuga that we're moving into now. So if that's what you're referring to with AI, to me, as an AI is, yes, part of that and a reflection of that, but not because of it. And that's kind of the differentiator we're trying to express here. But yes, there will be more of an opening for more souls to wake up to God, but not necessarily because of AI, even though that can, again, maybe open or be a stimulant to people will start to question, let alone where all the science is going to, more of a singularity and, the God particle and all that stuff. So
Yeah.
that itself is separate from AI. That'll open people up even to greater potential, beyond, even though most of them are still focused on the matrix and kind of the illusion, like, that Cal's playing with still. That's where most people, unfortunately, will probably be focused or caught up in.
And it's interesting, the Anurag Sagar came from Kabir, and Kabir was a sound teacher, a light and sound teacher, and he was the foundation of Sant Mat in a way. He actually was the founder of the pathway that eventually evolved into the Sikh religion. And Kabir is very highly honored in the Sikh religion because of that. But Anurag Sagar is one of the fundamental foundations of that faith, as well as the path of sound and light in this new age. And so it's very interesting to read that. I'm glad you found it because I thought it was out of print and it's hard to get. So I'm glad you have a copy and could read that because that book is very fundamental to this pathway.
Even though Guru Nanak was the founder of the Sikh pathway, there's time with Kabir there that's a whole nother story in itself, huh? So anyway, interesting, great reads. We used to recommend that book a lot. Maybe you even heard of it from something we talked about long time ago, or you found it on your own. Either way, it's wonderful. That's why we mentioned different teachers on this pathway over the ages, because there's, reading materials out there that are still very obviously valid today. Okay.
Okay, moving on to the next. This has a few questions inside of it. The first question is, will you describe faith and trust? One seems to be blind and the other seems to be experience.
You want to start this time?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
The hard ones I give to you.
Yeah, exactly. I'm closing my eyes so I get the blind part. listen, words can be interpreted so many different ways. Okay. I I've always been one who goes for the essence through my own experience, what it feels like to me, what my experience is. I don't care if you call it intuitively or spiritually, any of it. I just open up to what it is. But the way I look at faith and trust is that it's like when Jim talks about God first, God only. If that's our focus, okay, having that as a primary focus, then faith and trust to me comes as, in a sense, supports, all right? Like the straight and narrow. To me, those are certain qualities that support me of having faith and trust in God, that with God as my intention and my focus, even though if I don't know, I mean, I do now, but when I didn't know what God was or my oneness with God or who I was as a soul, let alone all the other parts of me, yes, there's faith and trust involved. Like, okay, I don't know if there is a God or not, but I'm going to trust there is or have faith there is, right? That's how I use it. Like, why am I going to do anything if I don't have any trust or faith? And this can be about anything. It can be something totally practical and concrete, like, okay, I trust there's another city somewhere that I've never been to just on my experience of being in this city. But I don't really know because I haven't been there, right? To me, that's why I look at it as God. Well, we don't know if we haven't been there. But yet, based on our experience and whatever in life in general, we can maybe correlate or maybe assume something like, wow, all this had to come from somewhere and nothing makes sense. So maybe there really is a God. So to me, it's a way to support ourselves with the unknown. And instead of faith and trust, I often use the words like devotion or intention. That's why I talk about a lot, like just focus. And if you're not sure, just focus on the purple light or, like an inner sun I'll use as well, like a golden white light. And it's just having, even if it's a belief system. And you hear in here talk more about the knowing. So in the beginning stages, yes, there's faith and trust is needed, and we don't have to talk about it. If you just like, well, I want to wake up to God and I'm going to do the meditation, that's all you need. The faith and trust is kind of built in, right? Just like when you do something new, you're learning how to read and write, you're learning a new sport, you're learning how to do something new. Well, you don't know it until you do it, and while you're learning, you're going to have faith and trust in the process of learning, whether it's through books, people, teachers, whatever. So you're going to have faith and trust that you're going to learn as you do, and then as you do, then you know from your experience. It's the same thing here. So I'm trying to break it down and make it practical and simple. I hope that is working. So that's the way I look at it and use it. But you'll hear me talk about we want you to have your own personal experience so that you know. And then then faith and trust is not needed. You'll just know from experience. And until then, you'll hear us talk like today, talk more about devotion and dedication. You can use where you want: discipline, concentration, focus, intention, attention, desire, hope, wish. It doesn't really matter. The main thing is what is it actually you're going for, and then what supports you to move forward into that. So I'm talking about it more from a practical level rather than a definition level. I guess it's defining it in a way, but I'm trying to bypass kind of mental definitions because I want it, what's the use for it unless it's going to support you experientially?
That's good.
It is.
Yeah, I don't know if I have a lot more to say. Faith and trust are not so much a part of this pathway. They are in a way. We have to have faith, but we have faith mainly because we've had experience that tells us this is the truth. And then we have a faith. We have a belief. We have something that we can stand on. And trust is pretty much similar. It's, I know I can trust that this is going to be sturdy. This is going to be a strong pathway. I know I'm standing on good ground. I trust that because I've had experience of it and I have helped to build it. So I think we all have to find out what faith and trust is for each of us. Everybody can create a definition, and we'd all have something similar, if not the same, but it's going to be based on experience. And that's the main thing is what is the experience that built your faith, that built your trust?
Okay, her second question is, what is God first, God only? At the risk of sounding ignorant, I honestly can't say I know. Would a good start to remembering it be to invite God into everything I do? Okay, that was 3 questions. In loving your devoted initiate.
Yeah, God first and God only is something that I was given when I was a child, when I first woke up in spirit. And I was told that I was to focus on God only and God first. And so I did, and that's what I've always done. For me, God first and God only is letting me know that God is the creator of all things. God is the first thing that ever existed and is the only thing that ever will exist. And that everything that we see, everything, whether it's part of the illusion or a part of the truth, it's all a part of God. Even the illusion that this creation is built on, built by Lucifer or called Origin, it's all illusion, but it's all built out of God. The illusion is an element of God. And so everything is God. God in form, God in manifestation, even God just because we think it is so. So to me, it's a foundation, it's the fundamental of a spiritual journey. To know where you're focused on, to know where you're going, to know where you came from, to know how you got here. It's all about God, 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 God. And that the soul is about God. God is the creator of the soul, and the soul is going home to God. So I don't know how else to put it than that.
It's funny because I find it's both almost challenging for Jim and I both to try to answer this because it's trying to break it down into a mental concept,
Yeah.
and it's not a mental concept at all. But from the mind, I would simply look at it as more of an intention, a goal. I don't care if you call it a hope and a wish, whatever works. Just call it a focus and create an intention. But the example you gave, like inviting God into everything, great way to do it. All you need is an idea and move forward with that, towards that, both with it and towards it. So move towards God with that idea, move towards that idea with God, all of it. And as long as it's all moving you in the same direction, that's all you need. Because then your soul and then the other aspects of self come into alignment where then it begins to awaken and become a living reality for you. And all you need is the idea, the hope, wish, the belief, a thought. Doesn't matter what it is. It's just an idea and move forward with it. And then in your doing, it'll awaken with you and become a living reality. So it now becomes your experience. Until then, it is just a concept, a belief, a hope, and a wish. And that's okay. We all need that to start anything. Literally anything. It just starts as a thought, an idea, an awareness. It's all you need to get started with anything. Same thing here. Do that, and then that's all I did for years and years until literally it became a waking reality. And that's how it works. So use that trust and faith part we talked about, and it'll carry you. Sounds like you already got it all together and are doing it anyway. So I hope what we shared maybe helps some, but it's hard to answer when it's just trying to describe it mentally.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really an experience, that's for sure.
But hopefully the information we shared gives you some idea. And again, that's all you need is an idea And as you move forward and take action, it'll come to life for you. Well, for everybody who does that.
Something that's interesting, over the years, I've talked to this one gentleman who has been an atheist all his life. And, God wasn't a part of his existence, of his mental makeup or anything. And all I talk about is God. And it conflicted with him a lot because he tried to get me to be more mental and approach things through the mind. And all I would talk about was God. And so finally, years later, he decided to try the meditation and initiation just to see what was there for him and why is it so important to me. So he got initiated, he started chanting the name and working it daily because he wanted to see if it had any meaning or not. And now everything is God. Everything is God. He doesn't even know what happened other than one day as he was looking up inside in meditation, he knew something was above him. And he didn't like that because he didn't know that there was something above him. So he decided to pursue and go up to that level to find out what was there. And that's where he found what he thinks is God consciousness, God awareness inside of himself. And so now he talks to the God inside of him, and he knows that it's leading the way for him now. And all he has to do is put it in this God's presence, in God's hands, and God will do the rest. And a few days ago, I talked to him and I said, you talk a lot about God now, and before you were really against me talking about God at all. He says, well, because I didn't know God. But you showed me how to know God, and that's the difference. Now I know God, so I know it's true. Before it wasn't true to me because I didn't have an experience of it. And I said, well, that's good. So I'm glad to hear that. And that's really what this pathway is about, is for each of us to have our own experience of God. And we will if we really do the meditation. All right.
Okay, the next one is called Making Better Choices. Dear Jim and Brian, this problem is something that is overtaking my daily life. This may not seem like the most serious problem in life, and yet it is consuming me now. I have been struggling with making better choices when it comes to food choices. I realize I'm acting like my younger self when my mother would tell me something and I would do the opposite. I get more depressed. I get more depressed because of all the self-judgments and knowing I just need to meditate to start helping myself. Unsure if there's a question here, but I want help in some way. Even Brian's loving yelling or sage wisdom is welcome. Thank you, your loving initiate.
Gonna yell my sage wisdom.
She's inviting you to.
Okay, listen up. This is why I do the confessions counselings class, because a lot of times we focus on the outer, and the outer is just it's like, call it a symptom. It's an outer reflection, a symptom, an effect of the underlying cause. Okay, so to really change anything, we need to get to the underlying cause, right? So the eating's not really a problem. It's our judgment of that. But where does that judgment come from, right? So we got to get to the cause. If the judgment's not there, guess what? The eating's fine, whether you eat a lot, a little, healthy, not healthy, right? But I found the more I line up with the truth inside of me and move through the judgments, fears, concerns, everything starts to find a natural balance, which always will bring us to a healthier state, right? So when I say healthier, I notice I'm not saying any specific diet or food or exercise, right? It's not about that. We've got to come to that more internal, healthier state with the soul within us, and then the outer then will just reflect that. Okay. So the confessions counselings and what I do in a case like this is I start to go deeper into like, okay, you think the food and the eating or whatever is the issue, but it's not really. What's underneath there? Why do you judge yourself for whatever the behavior is? And then we start looking at what that is and going deeper. For an example, when I was a kid growing up, my mom, I always call her more the smother mother, right? She's always like too much, and I'd always pull back, react. And so whenever she'd try to love me, whether it was like kisses, hugs, whatever, it'd be like, ah, get away, like some kids do maybe. But when she would give me like a favorite food of mine, especially like a dessert, right? This is part of my whole sweet tooth thing. Whenever she'd give me like a favorite food or dessert, especially, all of a sudden I would open up and I would receive her love through the food. I'm pausing so let that sink in. Things like food, just as one good example, like I'm sharing, is a way that we look at receiving love, especially at the basic self level, the child inside, because it doesn't understand the mental, it only knows the physical and emotional. So with my mom, that love she was sharing was more about the emotional part, and she found a way to connect physically with me through sharing like a dessert or something she made. And so guess what? When I got that from her, I would give her a hug and show my love for that food in exchange. So that was a way she knew she could get love from me as far as an outer expression with making something like that. So there is a connection there. Oh, when I get a dessert like that, I'm receiving my mother's love. So I have that tied in together. That sounds like a nice thing, and in a way it is, but not when I'm needing a bunch of love and stuffing myself with desserts, right? Because eventually it creates an unhealthy imbalance. And then the judgments come in, of course. But when we can start going in to like the core of what that is, of it's all seeking love. Everything, truly we're seeking love, whether we're looking through it through food, through money, through sex, through different life experiences, we're always seeking love. And it's just a matter of when we don't know it directly, fully with God, well, then in this level, we're going to seek it in other ways. And on the basic self level, that's all it knows. So even if we're aware of our oneness with God, that's never going to fully go away on a physical level until we die. All right? So there's always going to be something physically that this basic self, the animal nature, is going to look for in the world to somehow feed that part, because it doesn't know the love from spirit. It only knows love, which is not really love. It's the neediness of what the world needs physically and emotionally. But when we start going into these areas and realize that, it'll start to shift something in us. And that's the point I'm trying to make. When you can get to that, especially like with parents, because you mentioned like rebelling as a kid, when they say something, you do the opposite. When we start going into those deeper areas and you see that connection, you'll be able to now, in that awareness, be able to forgive whatever the part was that rebelled. And it's that forgiveness then that opens up and lets the loving in to balance things out, let alone let go of the judgments and any fears or reactions, attached to that. And then loving just restores balance. Again, food, sex, money, whatever, relationships. And that's the whole idea, is going into those deeper things to hit the cause internally, to let loving in, and then loving will really now sort it out. I hope that helps. And other than that, I'd say definitely do the confessions counseling class and come to that, and then we could literally do the process I said to get down to the deeper, underlying issue to open the door to let the loving in. Or you may be able to do it on your own, just with the information I shared, or go through the Laugh workbook. That's why we did the Laugh workbook. All the questions in there is to help you, sort through and open the doors to let the loving into those areas within yourself. Okay? Unless you have anything more to add.
No, that's really good.
Okay.
Okay, next question. It says for Q&A, Dear Jim, Brian, and Tanya, thank you for the meditation and the sharings today. They were really amazing. I am going to re listen to them. I am glad that you are back again. The question: I have quite a complicated relationship with my mother. I love her very much. She raised me kind of on her own, and we got very close to each other. It was too close sometimes. After a while, I started to work on this relationship in me, inside me, did therapy, I do the LAF. It got lighter inside, and the outer relationship has changed during the years, developed as well. She is getting older now. I am wondering what else I can do to support myself and probably her towards detachment. In a loving way, I would like to let her go in me and want to support her later coming, let's see, later coming, I guess, to support her later transition to be easier for her. She is highly overweight and getting tired of it. Thank you very, very much. In loving, your initiate.
You want me to go, or do you
Yeah,
like to?
go ahead.
Let me rephrase that. Would you like to go, or?
No, I wouldn't.
Um, I don't know enough about the situation, but what showed up for me as soon as you were saying that is the word service. That as we talk about on this pathway, there's three actions. There's the meditation, which is always first and primary, just like my sharing today was all about that. The meditation is the biggest key, obviously. Without that, it doesn't let the loving in to the degree we need to really get free of the karmas and the attachments. And it sounds like you're doing the LAF, so to me, that's part of taking responsibility for your thoughts and feelings, working with the LAF, okay? But then the next part is service. And and it's often the meditation and LAF and taking responsibility work that opens the door now for us to truly now be of loving service, not just doing something, for somebody else. As you know, the first service is to ourselves with doing the other two. But then the next one is now sharing that overflow, sharing that with others so that you're really serving the God within others. And that's the key, to serve the God within others, not their body, not their mind, not their emotions, to serve the God in others. And that's the big differentiator, especially when it comes to family where there has been karma, that to be able to be of service, well, that service now also assists in helping us to move through our own personal karmas that are yet incomplete inside of us. And it can often be the hardest thing where it is a place where you've had karma, like with a parent, that if you can find a way to literally be of service to them, to assist them, like if they're elderly and needing assistance with things, to offer that literally physical assistance with things, not trying to take away their responsibility, just offering assistance, a service in a way that is helpful in whatever way you can, that you're doing it, again, serving the soul from a higher place, even though there's a physical expression maybe where assistance is needed, in other words. But in doing that service, really more from that spiritual place of loving, will help you to release whatever other karmas are incomplete. All right? And if it's not possible there, because there is too much karma yet, then it is really looking in some other way and just continuing to go deeper in and giving it up to God in your meditation and working the LAF at deeper levels. All right. But that third part of the threefold path, that service action, is very important, especially if we've been doing this pathway for years and we've worked through a lot of the primary karmas and we're going higher up in the soul realm and beyond, is where service now will become more and more of a part of the action for you on your journey. And so see if there's ways you can be of service and assistance that way, in her process, and see what that can do for you, as well as her. Because believe me, it'll do a lot for you. And if you do it in the right way, like I'm saying, it'll help you free up whatever remaining attachments are in there. Anything more you'd add?
Um, no, you gave some good examples and some explanations on it. Um, detachment is the main one, I guess, that people have challenges with because of how they interpret the word detachment and how they try to live detachment. And detachment will come naturally, is what I have found through meditation. And because when you begin to free yourself of those karmic bonds inside, not even outside, just inside, through loving and acceptance, it neutralizes a lot of that energy where we are attached to them and they are attached to us. But it also, in that neutrality, allows more loving to come forward so that we can live in a loving relationship with each other, but not in a needy one, not in an attached way. And so meditation to me has been a very big key to that detachment. And I learned that very early on when I would do my prayers every day, talking to God and letting God know my problems, my challenges. And, part of my challenges was my mom's expectations of me, my dad's expectations of me as I saw it, and what to do with that. Because some of that was not me for sure. Some of it was maybe me, but I didn't know it yet. But I didn't want to do what they wanted me to do. And so it was learning how to release all of that and be loving but neutral in all of that. And it made a big difference when I just went into meditation and I just offered, I was praying then, I would offer my mom and I would offer dad to God and say, God, you do with them as you will. And if I'm a part of that, then that'll be fine. And if not, that's fine too. But I give them to you and ask you to assist them, to take care of them, to heal them, whatever is necessary in the moment. And it was amazing, just all the difference that happened within me. But also I saw in my parents a different level of action with me over the years, that I hadn't seen before. And I had never said anything to them, but they transformed in their own way. And I think that it was God's loving that influenced them into this new state of being inside themselves. Whatever God answered inside of them answered what they were expecting of me, I guess. So I would say whatever the challenge is there with your mom and you, give it up to God. Ask God to take her into his love and take you into his love, and let God bring all that into balance, because that neediness is an imbalance. And that's where the challenges are. That's where the conflict can be. But if you move into not neediness, but just loving, then you find it's just an exchange, a flow, a oneness, togetherness, and not an expectation and not needy of the other. So try giving things up to God. Try focusing and talking to God about things, and let God enter into the conversation with you. And I think you'll find a big difference. But I think that through your meditation, you're going to find neutrality coming forward just naturally in your relationship with your mom. And neutrality is the healthy way to do it, because it means that there's balance then. There's balance, there's harmony, there's participation on the right levels of being, and it flows rather than tries to manifest because of expectation. But it also answers and resolves a lot of the tensions that often exist between people, and we don't know why. And it's mainly expectations, needs, wants within ourselves, that we try to put on other people that cause that. And this will take a lot of that away. Does that
I'm just going
answer?
to have you start next time. Yes.
Yeah, that was wonderful. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Asking for inner experience understanding. Hey, Jim and Brian, thanks for always answering my questions. I had a simple inner experience earlier this week where I was on a stage before the show was going to start, and I was going to draw and paint a star on my face before the show started. At first, I was going to do this with blue paint, but then I was like, the crowd will respond more and love it if I do black paint. I had to sort of force myself or convince myself to choose the black paint, but the black paint, but I did it in the end. So I tried to put the outline of the star on my face with a black Sharpie, but the ink just wouldn't stick to my skin no matter what. No matter how hard I tried. I feel like I have some level of understanding about not putting on a mask of the world and living more the Christ consciousness within me, choosing my soul over the world, and that I've been really caught up in what others think of me. But I was wondering if there was any greater level of clarity and understanding or a greater perspective you might share with me, or if I'm on track or if I'm on track with that understanding. If nothing else, I'm excited. It seems I can't even put on the old darkness on even if I try because I've chosen the God in me so much in loving your loving initiate.
I would say you're right on track. I have nothing to add to it other than just keep doing. Just keep doing. And I love the fact that the black ink would not stick. It's letting you know that identity and that energy of you of the past is gone, and it just isn't a part of you anymore. And so don't try to reestablish it. Just live the part of that which you are now, and not live into the past. That's really good. I have nothing to add. It's like you're getting the understanding through experience, and that's always the best way.
Amen to that. I agree. Good job. Good experience. Good
Very.
awareness around it. That's
That's
great.
really good.
Yeah. That's the real meaning to me of be yourself, but your true self called the soul. And we're just learning to live that. To me, the face is our identity. So are we identifying ourselves in the world, or are we identifying ourselves, from the soul or the spirit, the Christ of who we are? And to me, that's a great awareness that that's exactly what you're doing. So good job.
Excellent.
Yeah. Reminds me of that talk you did. Um, what's the name of that talk? You did it with Shakespeare. You were like on a stage in like a Shakespeare stage, and you talked about all the actors were different parts of yourself, and you eventually sorted through them, and you only wanted to have one part, and that was literally to be yourself.
Yep, that was
So
it.
yeah, so that's great.
Okay, next is called Dreams. Dear Jim, Brian, and Tanya, it's so nice to be here with you all again.
Oh,
Thank
hang
you.
on. Sorry, I just remembered. I said the talk. To be or not to be is the name of the talk.
I know I was trying to find it myself, so thank
Yes.
you. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. It just popped in. So to be or not to be is the name of the talk Jim did. I don't remember what year it is,
Let me look it up real
but
quick.
it's right on the website. That's the name, to be or not to be. So it'll be right in there.
Let me see. To be or not to be. It shows up in the talk. It's actually to be or not to be is actually a CD. The talk's on
Oh,
there as well. It's from
yes.
2014.
There you go. Perfect. Well, that's actually not the year. That's when the CD was put out.
Oh,
But
okay.
and
Gotcha.
it may be the year too. I don't know, but I know all those CDs that says 2014. So great, the
This should be.
CD, to be or not to be. There you go. Thank you for looking that up. Cool.
Okie doke.
Yeah, it's a good talk. I listened to it a few times.
Okay, the next person said, "This is Dreams." I'll redo it. It's Dear Jim, Brian, and Tanya, it's so nice to be here with all of you again. Thank you for class. And these are two separate dreams. The first one is I'm shopping at TJ Maxx. I'm walking fast and going for the dresses. On the way, I spot something and stop to look at a nice jumpsuit, and it looks like a style I've seen Asians wear with a white t shirt underneath. Nice. I like it. I think I might get it, and I can afford more expensive things now. It's $120 on the tag, plus there's a buy one, get one sale. I then spot a pair of pants I really like with really wide, flowy legs that almost look like a skirt with a really nice, let's see, substantial fabric. It's deepest, astonishing black, but with a metallic gold panel down one leg and maybe horizontal silver threads in the waist. I really, really like them. They look a little big, maybe too big, but it looks like they're the last pair, and maybe they're just right with my new larger size. I add them over my arm to the onesie and we'll try them on. My decisions were quick and decisive for both items. Another section of the well, that's the first section of the dream. She's got several sections. Um, I don't know that
Sure.
there's a question in
Uh,
there. Do you want to?
Yeah, let's just um, the clothes of if you've heard Jim in the past say clothes often are symbolic of the karmas we're wearing. They're the lessons. So we'll wear these karmas or energies for a while as we're learning them. And so to me, this is saying that you've let go of whatever old karmas and now you're putting on new ones. So you're going to have more of a newer experience, a newer learning that you're moving into now. And there's always some joy and enthusiasm. One, maybe not always, but in this case, it's nice you're having that joy and enthusiasm moving into something new. So I'd have to say, something inside of you and maybe even reflected in your life, you're moving into some newer experiences. And to me, like the black part, the clothes, the pants, if I remember being black, to me, say that's part of the world, but then the gold and silver you mentioned to me are more the spiritual quality. So to me, it's saying that you're beginning to learn how to live spirit more even into your physical life, is the way I would interpret something like that.
That's very good.
And
Excellent.
and Asian or the Orient or I'll just say a foreign land often represents your spiritual journey, another realm. So to me, that is showing right there that even the style you're taking is more from this new realm you're moving into spiritually. And to me, that's the reflection of it with what you're moving into in your life experience or karmically as well.
Okay, then she says, another section of the dream, maybe another experience entirely. I'm waiting in line with my kids to take pictures. It's a long line with lots of people. I'll be taking wedding photos. I wonder if people will feel bad for me that there's no husband figure, just me and the kids, or if they will celebrate with me. I asked the older boy to hold our place in line because I think I have time to run to the car and get my wedding dress and put it on. I also want to put on some makeup. I want beautiful wedding photos, whether I ever actually get married or not. I'm dismayed to remember, let's see, I'm dismayed to remember that the wedding dress is in a plastic bag in the car, unlaundered after wearing it to work. I'm thinking it might smell terrible and be sticky and sweaty, but I think my hair will look fine too. I hurriedly get ready in a bathroom, but it's taking longer than I thought. Someone shows up in the bathroom, and I wonder if he'll judge me for something like wanting wedding photos.
to me, this is showing you that you're moving into the spiritual marriage now. So this does tie, it is different, but it ties to what the first part of now the foreign land that the clothes are from. To me, that's really now the soul level, the spiritual marriage that you're preparing for, and that you're beginning to move more into that action of your soul really awakening. So that's why it's reflecting even in your clothes, as well as where those clothes are coming from. And then, right there, you described all the symbology of getting ready for the wedding or marriage, even though there's nobody there. The reason why there's nobody there is because you're marrying yourself. That's the divine spark here, now returning into the soul realm. So the groom is in the soul realm, which is your own soul. So it's the reuniting or coming into union again. That's the spiritual marriage of the divine spark returning to the soul in the soul realm. So good job. That
That's really
is
good.
awesome. Those are definitely the types of dreams or inner experiences we'll have that'll reflect to our consciousness to communicate to us, to let us know what's going on. And that's what's going on for you. The spiritual marriage is beginning. It's a process. There's a few things that'll happen in the process, but to me, this is showing you that you've begun now the process of the spiritual marriage, the spiritual union again with your own soul. That's what this whole pathway is about. So it's wonderful to hear.
Okay, this is the same person. She's got a totally separate dream. It says, I was in a vacation rental or a friend's house with people around and a sense of comedy and conflict, and possibly marriage in the air. The main part I remember is someone broke in and flushed both kids down the toilet.
Isn't there a joke about dropping the kids off that?
Yeah, yeah. At the pool, I think is what it is. Okay, so flushed both kids down the toilet. From another room, I had a bad feeling and went to find them. Only the eldest feet were just barely poking out of the toilet hole. He was completely down the toilet drain in shitty water with shit all over him and in his lungs and everything. I was quite distressed about it. Maybe the dad was with me. He or another man helped me pull the child out by the feet. I left the boy hanging. Let's see. I left the boy hanging belly over the toilet rim and repeatedly compressed his back until he coughed up toilet water. All the while, how to get the younger one out, at all the while wondering how to get the younger one out and thinking he must be too far down the toilet drain to reach. I was more or less thinking it was impossible. I was, let's see, let's see, let's see. I can't read the word, but I guess I gave up. Next thing I knew, the eldest had been cleaned up, and I don't know who or how it happened, but somehow the youngest was also retrieved and cleaned up. The older boy didn't seem to have any information about the perpetrator, but I asked. I seemed to believe I knew the perp and that I was being targeted for revenge or punishment. I'm not sure, but possibly for having been a spy. The version of me in this dream looked nothing like me and didn't seem like me. Notably, she seemed much more confident and capable. Any insights or comments will be appreciated. Thank you so much. In loving.
Oh, that's good. I want to hear your.
No, go
No,
ahead.
come on.
No,
Really?
yeah, please.
Oh, this is a good one. I'd love to hear your take on it, though. So this, remember I said on the last one, there's many things that'll take place now that you begin the spiritual marriage, and one of the things that takes place is that Lucifer, Calner-Engine, or as Jim says, the Lord of this creation, is going to do certain things to try to distract you, cause you disturbance, go into reaction or fear to hold you back because he knows he's losing you. All right? That's the perpetrator. All right? He hides in the etheric realm That's why you don't know who he is or who the perpetrator is. He's hiding because to me, he's just a scared little shit. Pun intended for this stream. And um, to me, your kids are symbolic of something inside of you. Um, and that's how he's getting to you. So by flushing the kids down the toilet, well, one, flushing down the toilet, the shit is obviously letting go of karma, right? So flushing the kids down the toilet, in a sense, is letting go of basic self karma. But to me, it's saying because you were able to retrieve the kids but clean them up, that whatever the shit is that's been attached to your basic self is getting cleaned off. Is that's what it says to me. So the basic selves, or the two aspects of the basic self, whatever those children symbolize for you, those are part of your lessons in the world. And so a lot of whatever judgments, fears, things that you've put on yourself, or the shitty karma, to me has been cleansed away. That's part of the spiritual marriage, is cleansing away those karmas and even the basic self level, so that they get cleaned up, so that the me, myself, and I, or the basic self, conscious self, high self, come into alignment. So the soul is now, free to move through that inner alignment, through those basic selves, into the spiritual marriage, and now free of it to go into union, back into the soul realm. And that's that. And even in that, you mentioned about something about marriage in the air. Well, that's letting you know. So this is part of the preliminary of whatever karma is getting cleaned up, released, moved through, in your soul, going, into the soul realm, for the spiritual marriage. I think I covered most of that. Do you have anything you would?
No, that's really
Okay.
put well.
Okay. Is there any question or anything you think I missed, Tanya?
No, I was just looking it over to see, but yeah, I think you covered everything.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's the main gist anyway, regardless if there's some little other symbol in there. That's the main thing. I mean, the only thing as far as learning or awareness is just whatever the kids symbolize that's getting, cleaned up in this person's consciousness. And in a way, it doesn't even matter because it's taking place spiritually. A lot of these inner experiences, it doesn't matter if we understand them. What matters is we have the experience, because this is your soul having the experience, and you're just remembering that it's being reflected down through the mind of the inner experience your soul's going through in its journey home to God. So it's the experience that matters, not how much of it we remember, not even if we understand what's going on. The main thing is the experience. Any understanding we have here, to me, is great, supportive, but it's not, like an absolute necessity in order for the spiritual marriage to take place. What is the necessity is doing the meditation and just loving God. And Lucifer cannot stop that, no matter what kind of games he plays and does like this. That's the good news. That's why I laugh a lot of the times. You really don't need to fear Lucifer or all the games he plays. Just keep your eye on God and just keep literally loving it all. Love Lucifer and all the games he plays. Just have a good laugh at him, because it's ultimately a funny joke, even if it doesn't seem like it when we're going through it.
Okay, the next one is called Sharing. Aloha, Jim, Brian, and Tanya. Thanks for your ongoing love and light. I had a gym-like experience at the New York DNV that I wanted to share. I dread going there because I heard horror stories. When I got there, the woman behind the first counter helped me with my makeup for the photo. The woman at the second counter told me her fears of ice. They were so sweet. Then I was in and out in 20 minutes and thought, this is how Jim must live his life. I really appreciate the talk today and have to confess that politics have been getting to me. My whole life, I have had nightmares about running from fascists and believe that it is how I died last lifetime. It is really hard to see all the pain and suffering. It is equally hard to see, let's see, the erosion of this ideal of democracy. I will need to listen to this talk several times to say above what is going on and in God and through it and through it. Much love and gratitude to you all in loving.
Well, it sounds like things are getting easier for you. You may have resistance about going to do something, but it's the act that you do go and do it, and you find that there's a great deal more ease and peace and gentleness with it all. So I think that where you're at and where you're moving to now is moving into a much better place. What was the D&B, was it?
Yes, that she had gone to the DNV and it
Oh,
sounded like
DMV.
it just was a pleasant experience because she had been told going to the New York DMV was like a massive problem. It was a horror story. But when she got there, both interactions with two different people at two different desks was very pleasant. They were very sweet, and within 20 minutes she was out of there.
Yeah, so that's saying that don't follow what other people are saying. Go and have your own experience because your experience now is going to be very different because Spirit is moving with you and before you than what maybe what other people are doing. And get rid of the expectations or what people told you it was going to have to be, and just go in and have the experience, and you'll find it to be much better. And what was the rest of it?
Yeah, I think the first part was just about the DNV, which you addressed. And the second part was just, she really appreciated the talk today. And she has to confess that, that politics has been getting to her just because she feels like, she may have had, a past life where, she was running from, fascists and that kind of thing. And she said it's really hard to see all the pain and suffering. It is equally hard to see the erosion of this ideal of democracy.
Yeah, it's the world is ever changing. There's no way about it. It's just the world is ever changing, and there is a lot of pain and cruelty in the world. It's just a part of this existence in the negative realms. And we have to find inside of ourselves our own center, our own neutrality, our own loving, and not look for it in the world because the world is not going to reflect it. It's caught up in itself, and it's based on ego and mind, need and greed. And so we have to stay more into our own centeredness and loving and truth and allow the world to experience what it's got to experience because these souls are supposed to have these lessons. And so we have to give them permission to go and have them. And if there's some things that we can do to ease it, to release it, to complete it, we'll find the way. But otherwise, it may not be for us to get involved with. And even democracy, it existed once in Greece a long time ago, and now it exists today. And who knows? I don't know what the future is for any government, any way of or system of living. It's just all going to be changing and in flux always. Do you have any idea?
What you said.
Okay.
No, I don't have anything to add.
Yeah, it's hard to watch the world go through what it's going through and have to sit and watch and not be able to do much of anything. But if there is a way for you to go and do something, then go participate if it makes you feel good. But if you feel obligated to do it, then don't do it.
I always like to remind people that if you're really here to do the pathway of the sound and light that we're teaching, the meditation and your devotion to God is always the key thing, not actions in the world, but actions spiritually. And the more you can do just to liberate your own soul, the more good it's going to do in the world. People don't realize that. They think they've got to go do all these things in the world to make it a better place, but just remember, the world's going to be gone at some point, and every soul that's come through here. So why not be one of the souls that is coming through here? Do what you can to wake up and know your oneness with God. And then, one, you won't be back here anyway to have to deal with the ongoingness, however much longer the world's around. And the more you wake up to God, the greater effect it's going to have in the world and everybody in it than trying to go do something physically to change things.
That's really true. The spiritual action will live forever. The physical one is just a moment.
I always say to people, if you're not doing 2.5 hours a day of meditation or 10% of the day, make that your first priority and your first service before going doing other service in the world, no matter what it is.
Okay, before we go into this next question, I just wanted to give you guys a time check. It's 5:20 and we have about 6 more left, so I just wanted to kind of give everybody a heads up. The next one is called Question. Dear Jim and Brian, as you are aware, my wife has become both disabled and diagnosed with cancer in the past month. This rapid onset of disability has changed our lives even more than the cancer. We are sad, frustrated, angry, confused, and cry together often. However, we are accepting it and do know that the Holy Spirit is with us every moment. We have found God's loving in everything and each other. We are experiencing blessings in the smallest of things as we have to do, smallest of things as we have to simplify our life extremely. This is a part of my life's journey that I accept fully and find the deepest of love that I could ever imagine. I am prepared and accept that we may be living with this disability for the rest of our lives, even after the cancer is gone. My wife will discuss that the end of life is close and wants me to be ready for that probability. I understand, but often say that I want to have a long life together, sharing our love every day. We do talk about, and this is all caps, not looking back when it may happen. My question is, am I helping her feel hope to stay alive, or am I getting in the way to let go and transition back to God? That's the first question.
I always say, give hope. Don't take that away. The process of helping someone to transition is one thing, but giving them purpose, giving them meaning, giving them hope, giving them love towards a greater life in this lifetime, why not do that? Because that can support them, that can heal them. I've witnessed healings of different kinds because of people's love like that. So I definitely would, support you 100% in doing just that. Do what your loving wants to do to support another person. If they need something different, it'll be up to them to say so. But I think that they'll honor and love and be grateful for any kind of loving support like that.
To me, just being in the loving is the greatest hope. Because when you're really doing the loving, it always has more of not only an accepting nature, but a grateful nature. There can be a sweet joy or gratitude even in a dying process. Okay? It's really about embracing that. And look, Jim embraced his process when he was going to die at 26 with the cancer he had. And then when that changed, he had to embrace that even though he was really looking forward to dying
Yeah, it
instead.
was.
So his little depression was about staying alive.
Yeah, it really was.
So, in other words, it's a matter of perspective. Having that hope and joy of life, remember, if we always keep God first, okay, that's going to be the transition of life, not death of the body. That's really what I want to get at here. That look at your hope for life of really living in greater joy and gratitude, because nothing will bring it to the forefront quite like what the possibility of death does. Most people don't give it that time or focus. You have a special opportunity here to give it the time and focus now that, and it sounds like you're already doing that, to some degree, but I would say even more, embrace, all that you have the opportunity here with the greater closeness and simplicity and what you're having to do now in this process to really look at the greater gratitude and let the gratitude unfold that, because it'll bring forward some joy, even though there'll be tears like you're already having, but there'll be a joy that'll come forward out of it all. And to me, that's how you transition. But I like the word transform more, because that's really the greater transformation that we're seeking, regardless of the transition from one stage of life to another, and then whatever stage when it comes to transition from the physical body, to another. Because we don't really know how long that process will be. There could be many good years of life yet ahead, regardless, in other words. So I'm glad to hear what you're already doing, obviously, and we'll be communicating more, I know, and hopefully get to see you here at some point as well. But the main thing, and I'm having a little hard words because I can kind of feel the energy. It's more like a turning in, is what I feel, a turning in. And this is a lot of the blessing I see in there, because it's one thing to look forward to the things of doing in life together out here, but in this situation, I'm seeing it like it's getting both of you to turn more in now. So even while you're here physically, it'll be more about experiencing now the inward process together more than necessarily all the external things maybe you had hoped to do, but now it's going to be more of an inward, and that's where the real deepening and opportunity is here for both of you, spiritually, that can lead to some really, really wonderful things for both of you as you move forward in life here together. And that's the thing, like I'm getting, you know, goosebumps telling you about it, because it's that energy of that turning inward, where then there's this greater spiritual awakening and greater depth of loving that is the opportunity here for you both. And that's where you're going to really find a much deeper fulfillment in life itself than if you were to go do a bunch of outer activities. So that's the main thing I guess I'd like to finish up with, at least for the moment, as saying, is to realize that and embrace that. And that is something worth looking forward to. Filled with a lot of hope, but very different than what the world would look at with the process of possible physical transition. And that's going to happen for all of us at some point. But now you guys facing that have a real opportunity here now to really turn inward to get really the greater depth of what life's really about. And it can lead to a wonderful, wonderful loving, for sure.
That's well put. That's well put.
He says, my second question is, I wonder if this is a karmic energy that she has agreed to walk through, or is she being a shining light that shows me and our family the strength and gift of love and loving, or is it both? Thank you for today's sharing. We are finding that the simplest way to live is profound and is all about love and loving. So much love to you both and the entire ILM family, your loving initiate.
Well,
There
one
you
thing to
go.
do is look at karma as lesson. And yes, she's living a lesson, not just for herself, but for everyone. And so look at the lesson and learn from the lesson, because it's the opportunity to learn and appreciate life in its greater value than ever before. And it's not about life and death, it's about life, because we continue on past that door where we leave the body, but we are still alive as spirit. And that will help the family as well to experience the beauty of life and the beauty of transition in a way that they might not have ever done otherwise. So yeah, it's a lesson that has been agreed to and accepted and is doing for the benefit of everybody, including the self.
So yes, it's both.
Yeah,
Because when you handle it in the way Jim's describing, it definitely becomes a shining light for everybody. And I know you two definitely have that in you, so I guess the let your light shine is definitely applicable here, and even more so. Thank you for sharing. Please keep doing so.
Okay, the next one, Q&A, dream, and passing on. It is such a joy to be back in class, and I'm excited for the retreat next month. Loved the sharings today, and I'm looking forward to re-listening and to hearing Jim's surprise that he seems mischievous about. I had a dream Friday morning that I invited a cool woman over to my desk, and this caused my coworker to leave. That day that day at scheduling, my boss told us this coworker was actually leaving. I asked the coworker where he was going, and he said it was another local firm. I was shocked despite knowing that he has always been in resistance to a degree to the job, which has triggered my own reaction. I was actually the last one to know. I have been working on loving him unconditionally and letting him follow his own path, even when he tries to drag me down. For example, being flirtatious with my coworker and from my first day and not telling us he had a girlfriend until later. My interpretation is that through meditation and unconditional loving, his energy no longer aligned with my energy or the energy of the office. I chose the cool woman, myself, my soul. Let's see. This is a time of falling away as my boss's mother recently passed on, and I found out my grandmother only has 3 months left rather than years like we thought with her cancer. Learning this, I did have grief and shock and mourning since I do have an attachment to her, and she is a very healthy, active person and pretty young in her early 70s. After mourning a bit, I started to see how it is all lining up perfectly since I am able to call her often and visit her in Canada, and I would have not made time to do so if she did not have cancer. She seems cheerful despite it all, and I enjoy talking to her. She sees colors when she closes her eyes, but she is an atheist. I gave her the hue, but she did not seem very interested. Also, my mom is not in contact with her for karmic reasons, even though it is her mom who is passing. I am letting that be okay and respecting her relationship for what it is. Anything you can share about any of this moving forward with God first and God only will be helpful. With love and gratitude, your initiate.
one thing I would say is, as an initiate, the grace is extended to your family. So it doesn't matter whether your grandmother's an atheist or agnostic or anything. What matters is that she's vulnerable. And it sounds like she is vulnerable, open, loving, expressive. And that'll allow the Holy Spirit to come in a greater way, because the Holy Spirit goes out through you as an initiate to all your family members and to assist them if they will accept it. And it sounds like your grandmother will be very accepting of it. as the movement of spirit takes place for her. And I think you'll be surprised and maybe shocked at the end at just how beautiful the transition and all of that is because of the grace that will be extended there. So don't worry about her. Don't fret. Don't try to get her to chant a hue. The loving is there. The colors are a very good, clear indication that spirit is moving in her life in many ways. So let it be so, and just let her unfold in her own loving in her own way, and that transition will be, full of spirit. She may not look at it as spirit, but she will look at it as loving and appreciate the whole inner exchange of spirit and her.
The first part, it's funny, I'm not clear. Was she describing an actual physical experience or was that a dream experience she had?
It
Oh,
does. Go ahead, Jim. Sorry.
Go ahead, Tanya. I'm
Oh,
asking you.
yeah, yeah. It says Q&A dream and
oh,
passing on. So I think the first section of it sounded like, let's see, I had a dream Friday morning that I invited a cool woman over to my desk, and this caused my coworker to leave. And then it says that day, I'm not sure if this is part of the dream as well. When it says that day at scheduling, my boss told us this coworker was actually leaving. I asked the coworker where he was going, and he said it was another local firm. So I'm wondering, I'm not sure if it's all
Well,
together.
I'm going to answer in a way it doesn't matter.
Okay,
Okay.
perfect.
Because this is, if that second part was physical, that's a wonderful outer reflection. Whether literally it was all a dream or whether that was the outer part that took place as well. To me, it's demonstrating that when we really just keep doing, the pathway, the meditation, the LAF, really growing, learning, working through our lessons, that when those karmic patterns inside of us change, it's going to change inside of us, but then even our physical reflection is going to change to reflect the changes inside of us. So to me, if this dream was showing you as you invited this cool woman in, that whatever this woman was in the dream represents, to me, you're bringing in another aspect of yourself, that whatever that new aspect is also completing whatever the karmic lesson was with this other coworker, this man who is now leaving, whether he's physically leaving or just in a dream leaving. To me, it's the same thing. It's showing and demonstrating the shift within your consciousness now is completed whatever the lesson was that this man represented in your life. So he's leaving now. And now that lesson's complete. And then whatever in the process, whatever you've learned out of that. My guess is you're starting to really learning to love more yourself, and whatever this cool woman is you brought in, whatever she symbolizes to me is an aspect of yourself that I think you're giving more value to, that you're loving more some aspect of yourself, and in doing so, there's not the space for that type of man or individual that it sounded like in the flirtatious you said was almost kind of deceptive, walking a line of integrity. So whatever it was you were learning around that type of behavior, to me is saying that that's releasing now and letting go so that is not quite so close inside of you in your life, whether it's all internal or if there literally was the physical external part of that. That's what happened to me in the last job I had before coming to ILM, that I was going through some conflict at work with especially one other employee. And then the things I did doing inwardly, but even then outer actions I took as an outer expression of the inner shifted things. But it all started inside. It shifted in me. And then it shifted the outer circumstances. And the karma got complete. And then I ended up leaving. But what's funny is several other employees that were all part of this dynamic left within weeks after I did because the karma was done amongst all of us. It was like one of the coolest things.
Hmm.
That's where I literally saw what we go through and shift inside. We'll have some type of outer reflection in the world to demonstrate that for us. And sometimes that means literally leaving, whether they leave or we leave, or it just transforms the relationship right where we're at. Doesn't matter how it takes place. What matters is there's a transformation, and the outer reflection will change to some degree to reflect that. And that's the main thing I wanted to put in here. Now, the actual lessons or whatever, all you got to do is look inside of you and whatever has been stirring, you've been learning through that dynamic with this man will give you an idea of what it is you've been learning and growing through in this. And to me, it sounds like you've, again, like I said, of learning to love and value yourself more would be my guess with the little bit of information in that dream. Anything more you would,
No,
Joe?
that's very good.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, kind of, Brian, what you shared kind of aligns with her statement. My interpretation is that the meditation and unconditional loving, with the meditation and unconditional loving, his energy no longer aligned
Yeah.
with my energy or the energy of the office. I
There you
chose the
go.
cool woman myself, my soul. So,
Yes.
yeah, it aligned with exactly what her interpretation was. So, thank you.
Exactly. Thank you for reading that. I forgot that part. That's perfect. So you already got it. I love it. You got it. Good interpretation. That's exactly what's going on. Good job. See, this is why I think not only the meditation, but the self-study is also really good. This is a great demonstration of self-study because you learn to interpret your own dreams. But what is a dream? It's a reflection of what's going on in our consciousness of those karmic lessons unfolding. And so when you learn to interpret that, you're really learning about yourself and you're fulfilling your karmic lessons, which is part of the journey of going home to God. So good job. That's why I like talking about all this because I always find it very helpful and supportive of giving, just like Jim talks about the four aspects of soul, clarity, understanding, wisdom, and truth. Self-study really helps me to get that clarity, understanding, wisdom, and truth through all this process. So that's wonderful to hear. In fact, one of the other ones you just shared earlier did the same thing. They did a great interpretation of their experience.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, the next one, getting over my victimhood. Dearest
Good.
Jim, Brian, and Miss Tanya, thank you for today's class. Something in your sharing, Brian, about victim consciousness really opened a door for me, and I wanted to share a piece of my journey with a bit of honesty and a bit of humor, because if we don't laugh at the wildness of our own growth, sometimes we can get stuck in the fear of it.
Boy, is that true.
Yeah. There was a time in my life when I was being abused and I didn't have control over what was happening to me, but I did have control over the meaning I made from it. That was the moment I began to shift out of a victim mindset, not by pretending the harm wasn't real, but by refusing to let it define who I was becoming.
Awesome.
Over time, I started seeing my experience through the lens of it's being done to me, by me, for me, not because I chose or deserved the harm. Let's see, none of us asked for that, but because life has a funny way of reflecting back the exact lessons my soul is ready to grow through. And once I saw it that way, I couldn't unsee it. It became almost laugh out loud obvious, like, let's see, oh, marvelous, another spiritual growth opportunity disguised as an absolute fuckery. That humor, that humor helped me stop collapsing into fear because fear and love feel strangely similar in my body.
Mm.
They both ask me to open, to surrender, to step into something bigger than myself. They pull on the same inner doorway. And if I'm not paying attention, fear can dress up as love, and love can feel like fear. And suddenly I'm squinting at the universe like, which one of you is talking right now? So I've learned to bring everything back to myself to ask, where is God in this moment? Where am I in this moment? Where is this reflecting? Or what is this reflecting? And what is this teaching me? And every time I return to center, I can laugh a little because when we get caught up in the fear of it all, we can lose ourselves for too long. Coming back to God, back to present, back to truth is the most important thing I can do for myself. That shift didn't erase the pain, but it transformed it. It helped me integrate the experience and turn into something I now use to support others who've lived through similar. The part of me that once felt powerless has become a source of compassion, clarity, and service. So when we talk about victim consciousness, this is the lens I'm holding, not as a bypass, but as a lived lesson, one I'm grateful for, even if I had to learn it hard yet slightly comedic way. I am truly grateful for this beautiful sacred pathway and for the tools and our beautiful community whom we all have the opportunity to learn from. And of course, you, Brian, and you, Jim, keep shining your beautiful twinkly stars, your loving initiate.
Wow. Oh my God. I have got to applaud you. Wow. That is fantastic. Literally, thank you for sharing that. I hope everybody heard that. That is a wonderful way to really embrace what I was sharing about the victim thing. You've got to recognize it first, but you've got to own it, not avoid it. And as you do, it will transform. And I am so happy to hear this. You don't want to avoid the trauma. You want to embrace it and love it, forgive yourself. And you do that, you release yourself from the trauma, and now it becomes part of your loving and wisdom and truth that'll serve you the rest of your life and people around you. And I'm so glad to hear that's exactly what you're doing and what's happening for you. That's exactly what we want. That's how real service comes. It comes out of our own self-study. That's where the literally the meditation and then the self-study is the transformation and then the service comes out of that. It's exactly how it works. So phenomenal. Good job. Seriously, wonderful sharing.
Very.
Seriously. I don't need to say anything more. You did it. Great job. Wow. But again, look, life experience. I couldn't have said what you did because I don't have that type of experience like you do. And great job communicating that. So keep at it. Wonderful, wonderful. Believe me, man, so many people with trauma from childhood will just carry that their whole lives and die and reincarnate to keep continuing. So if you can literally in one lifetime get your freedom from the trauma, again, it'll leave a mark, it'll leave a scar, but a scar is showing what's up after the healing, right? You don't have to carry the trauma with you. You have the mark of it, but the trauma is no longer with you. And that's really truly called karmic freedom and liberation from that. And you just described it so well the way you shared it there. Just wonderful. So save that and share that, whatever you wrote. That's a great one. Just to keep in your journal, to share with others or whatever. Wonderful, wonderful sharing. Thank you.
Yeah, it was amazing. Very much clarity. It's almost like I want to listen and read it over and over and over because I'm like, man, there's
Yeah.
so much there. I want to anchor it because I don't think I've ever heard anybody put it so
Hmm.
clear in that way and to use it as a tool for my own self because we all go into that place of victim inside of ourselves regardless of what's happening. But it was, man, what clarity and yeah, it was really good.
And literally, that sharing can be taken no matter what the level of trauma, whether it's literally as superficial as some little argument you had with your partner that day, or literally a childhood major horrible trauma. I mean, what you described covers every single level, literally. We can apply that to every level, but especially those deeper traumas that really speaks to, I think.
Yeah, beautiful sharing. Okay,
Nice.
next one is called illusion. Loving to all. Over the recent break, I started reading the Gospel of Thomas, and now I have a knowing, in capital letters, of why it's all an illusion. I never could really grasp that even after ILM sharings, studying the Course in Miracles, and more readings, why did it take me so long to understand this? To understand this, to own it. Will others also on the planet now start to understand this? Is it part of the frequency of change? I am ever so grateful to you both and all the teachers on this path. I've had many lifetimes that have stayed with me and not given up. Have been glorious feelings to have, that knowing and a tremendous weight off me. Love you both and so grateful to hear your guidance and loving for so many years.
Nice. So that let's see if I can answer part of that. When you said, will others, whatever this frequency had changed, it's kind of like what the other, I think, is one of the beginning sharings and questions around AI. Yes, to a degree, others will in this frequency, but no, unless they're going to wake up fully to God. Because a lot of, like you hear in quantum physics now, they're realizing this is all an illusion, right? The problem is they will only know it through the up to the higher mind, the mental level. And even though they are now understanding it's an illusion, they're more focused on now, well, what can we do with that? Rather than continuing to go beyond, like, well, what is the source of this now? And yes, of course, there's going to be the people who keep searching, but even already those that are discovering, they're even naming, maybe calling it God or whatever the other names are. Like, I don't remember if it's singularity or 0 point or whatever the different things are out there now. But what they don't understand is what they're calling God is really Lucifer, because that's the God of this creation in which all this holographic illusionary projection on the matrix is coming from. And so they're getting to understand that there's a greater intelligence and the action of the soul in that intelligence, but they still see it as a construct of the mind. And all of them will talk about it as the mind, a projection of the mind, an illusion. And it is. So they're very accurate, but the actual understanding about God or what's beyond or the source of it will never happen until they literally release and let go and spiritually go there. You can talk about God all you want and what you think, constructs, science, everything, but until you go there, you have no idea. Absolutely no idea until you literally go in and experience God. And they're not even getting close to God. They're just beginning to get close to Lucifer, the God of this creation. So, yes, to a degree, and I would probably say no, but like I shared earlier, but for those souls that are really ready to go home to God, this can definitely be an opportunity that'll get them to open up enough. And if it's open enough and they really want to know that truth, they'll be moved spiritually now to pursue God directly beyond this and what science just can't prove and never will prove necessarily, other than your own direct experience. So science can prove enough of the reflection or the expression, but the actual beingness itself, that's a whole nother story. And they're just tapping into what the matrix is and the holographic image and all the illusion this is. So it's amazing. Jim and I are very impressed though what science has already done and may do yet, and even come to the realization that maybe there is God beyond all this, but that can't even be measured by the way they're being able to measure this stuff now.
That's true. Oh, and many physicists and other scientists are definitely stating now that there is a God beyond all of this because they know it now. Even mathematicians are saying it's in the numbers. God is in the numbers. So a lot of people now are believing in God, but they still don't understand the whole idea of the soul and soul liberation from this creation and all of that. That's a whole other experience yet to be had.
Still fascinating and interesting, yes. And but God's always truly going to be a mystery to the mind of this world. That's for sure. Was there anything else in there we needed to speak of? I don't think there was, but
No, I think you answered it.
okay.
Yeah, yeah. All right, the next one's called Question. In my dream, I entered a room that was filled with a dazzling bright light. Then I was taken to another place and shown a bed. The place was dark and dingy and filled with cobwebs and dust. I wanted to return to the blazing room, yet knew it was too bright. Is there a dimmer switch? Why the extremes? Thank you so much, inner and outer loving for you both.
One, it shows that, most people live in that dimmer room and they think it's very bright and light. And your soul knows that there is a brighter light and has seen it, and you just haven't really adjusted to it yet. But if you continue doing your meditation, that dazzling light will soon be your normal light, and that will be beautiful. You'll live in that and not ever go back into the dingy room,
Amen to that.
which is this world. This world is the dark, shadowy, cobwebby room.
I'll just say the rooms demonstrate, like Jim just said, they're different parts of your consciousness. One's more of the world and the other's of spirit. So you're waking up to that and you're seeing that your consciousness can move from room to room, which is what happens. This body right here is actually a dark cave or a dingy room, if you want to say. It's of the world, it's earth, it's dirt, right? It's made of mud and water. Dingy, dirty. Spirit is bright and clean and pure. Simple as that. But they're just different parts of our consciousness that we can move into, and we just get the experience that goes with it. So if the other room's too bright and you turn on the dimmer switch, it's really about going to a different room. There's no dimmer switch. But like Jim said, you'll adjust to it. So just keep putting yourself in that brighter room, and eventually you adjust to it, and it's just not only fine, it's absolutely fabulous.
Okay, next one's called Reconciliation of God's Will. Thank you for your wonderful talks. You were speaking directly to us. Please help me reconcile God's will for us in the middle of major health challenges. Hard to understand that God's will wants us to be in pain and suffering for long periods of time without resolution. I've been giving it all up to God, seeking many interventions/treatments, and the pain continues. Is there a greater lesson in the pain that we are not getting? I know we're not responsible for each other's pain and can only do our own individual parts, but it's very difficult to reconcile this is God's will for us. Deep karmas to resolve, question mark. Your insights, please. Thank you so much.
One, I would say it's not so much God's will, it's our will. These are our lessons that we created for ourselves. And so in that pain, there's something to learn. And it may be to appreciate it, to learn to appreciate the pain and what the source of that pain is. And it could be learning how to move beyond the pain or continue to move even with the pain. But one thing I know for sure, the things of this world, the pain of this world, it's karmas or unlearned lessons that we need to learn. So there's a lesson in this, and you might begin to ask in your meditation, what is the lesson in my pain? So that I can begin to handle it better, love it better, release it, let it go, whatever. Just ask for a spirit to bring it forward and for your soul to bring it forward, because your soul is understanding and knowing and wanting this in order to learn and grow and get beyond it.
One of the things I try to remind people, we often will think of God's will as some type of physical experience, and really God's will is just loving. It is pure loving. And that loving is what we always need to return to. And it's in the journey of returning to loving that we move through those karmic lessons that can be painful. The ultimate thing I've learned with pain is that it's the outer reflection of our soul's longing for God. The more we look into the world and get caught up in the world, the more painful it is because it's the furthest away we're getting from God. Pain gets us to turn around and stop looking to the world for our fulfillment. Because when it's painful enough, what happens? Usually people give up and they turn to God in prayer just to get out of pain. And that's often the case. Many people come to God in spirit through pain, whether that's physical pain, emotional pain, mental pain, whatever it is. That's what gets people to turn around and start focusing back towards God. And that's one of the biggest things. You've heard me in the past say in the 90s when I had my depression, more of that mental emotional pain, if it weren't for that, I probably wouldn't have done as much meditation and spiritual study as I did. So it really motivated me to do a lot of the inner work to get to God. It got me to turn towards God even more so than as if I wasn't in pain. So that's one of the biggest blessings that came out of it for me, was doing that. And to this day, I've had 3 back surgeries and I still have some pain. I'm managing it. I've learned how to manage it. But at times when there's flare-ups, I go lay down and spend some more time in meditation, even during the day, not just my morning meditation, because it's the main thing that I get some relief with. Because I can find, even if my mental emotional states get too stressed or contracted, they'll have a physiological effects that'll cause even tension in the body that causes the pain. So I go lay down and meditate and open up. And when spirit comes in, literally I feel as spirit moves in, everything relax. And then the pain subsides. So I've learned that to use pain is my ally, or it's my cue to go meditate more, to let God in more, right? Because I'm getting too caught up in the physical. And that's the way I've learned to use it. That it's not necessarily addressing the lessons, but when I've learned to use it that way, then as I keep turning more to God, then I found that the lessons get worked out. Because over the years since my back surgeries, I've seen many lessons in my life with maybe a few core focal points in there that have unfolded over the years that were part of that pain. So there's always a karmic lesson there, but to me, that's almost secondary to the main thing. Is what it got me to do was really to turn to God more and spend more time in meditation and loving God, because I knew loving is the ultimate healer anyway of everything, let alone the liberator from our karmas. And that's probably the biggest thing I've learned in it all. But that's also where I had the experiences and learned, as Jim was saying, just ask, as part of the process of asking, what are you here to teach me? And begin to have that inner dialogue with that part of you, with what you're going through. Because the more, listen to the talks again today. This is what I was addressing a lot today, actually. Regardless of whether you call it victim consciousness or whatever you're going through specifically, that we just have to look at it, not avoid it, and start through that process of loving it and forgiving ourselves, that it'll reveal itself. And in some cases, it'll remove the pain or heal whatever we're going through. And, we can have scars, like we said in the last one, as well, from things. That's just part of life. But remember, this life's also just temporary. So this too shall pass, in other words. So keep working with it. I know it's easy to go into more judgmental patterns and upsetting patterns and kind of being the victim to life or the victim to God or Lucifer or ourselves and all that. And because that's how it feels when we're in the midst of it. No question. That's understandable. But somewhere, that starts to subside and we start to move on. So in that, subsiding and moving on, start to see what you can do more from that spiritual perspective, like what we're saying, and dig deeper. Go for the deeper part, and it'll begin to change. And the deeper part is what I'm saying, turning towards God. Well, what is God but loving? And what did I start off with? God's will is loving. God's will isn't the physical experience. The physical experience is what creates the opportunity to turn to God, to turn to loving, which is God's will. So God's will is always loving, not the physical experience, or I like to say the opportunity that supports us to move back towards God. So if I want to look at it things that way, like I'm saying now, God's will is that whatever happens in life gets us to turn back towards God. Because that's the ultimate. God's will is just really coming home, being in the oneness with God, just being in that loving and union and oneness. So part of it is we need to shift our perspective of what we think God will actually means and not just think of it as a physical experience, because that's what I think too many of us do. And I do it too, but I always have to remind myself as well. And when I get back into God's will and the movement of loving, then all of a sudden things start to shift. But that's where the inner work is. Again, with all the LAF work, the meditation, and let the pain serve you and motivate you to do more of the meditation, the LAF work. Okay?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that was great. Thanks, Brian.
Mm.
Okay, present moment, loving moment. My mind has great difficulty being in the present moment and loving it all. As I begin to understand what feeds the ego, my understanding is it feeds on anticipating the future and regretting the past. Without this constant feeding of it, then the mind relaxes and I can remain in the present moment. By simply asking a now question seems that I can quiet the mind, excuse me. I remember reading this many years ago, but didn't understand it in a Rama Marsha book. Seems logical and has been helpful to stop my busy mind. Your thoughts appreciated. In gratitude, joy, and loving, your initiate.
That's great, to have techniques like that for sure. Ultimately, though, I've always found just getting into the meditation and chanting the sacred name is the ultimate way to not only get present in the moment here and now, but it's what'll take you deeper and wake you up to the true here and now spiritually. I find other techniques like that often deal more with the mind, which is helpful, but we want to get beyond all of that. So to me, that's a great starting point and very useful and helpful. And now let's take it a step further, because it's one thing to get present or here and now, but it's another thing now to transcend all of that. That's my thoughts on it. So you use it. Sounds like it's a great thing. If it's working for you, work it for sure. And then see if there's another step where you can take it further, which is exactly what the meditation practice is here. I ended up doing a meditation and going out of body and had a major learning experience around the here and the now. But it started in body with just the meditation on the sacred name, and that was it, not some other technique in that, because that's really what the name does. It literally pulls and collects your consciousness here and now anything from the past is released and anything of the future is released, and it automatically just pulls you present here and now, because that's the only thing spirit where it exists is here and now. But then once it collects you, that's my talk today basically. Once it all collects you here, and you've collected enough in the here and the now right now and all your soul energy, then it opens the door to now do the here and the now spiritually. These other techniques aren't necessarily going to really do that for you. But again, like I said, it's a great starting point and very effective for most people. Anything more?
No, that's really good.
Okay, that was the last one.
Oh,
Oh, wow. Very good.
okay.
That was a very full and enjoyable day.
Yeah, wow, perfect. Just a few minutes after 6, so not bad.
No,
I like it. That was a full Q&A. A little over 2 hours nonstop. I love it.
yeah, thank you, because that was the things you all shared and asked about were really very enlightening, I think, to many, many people, not just myself. And I thank you for sharing, because it helps to hear other people's perspective and experience.
Amen to that. Literally. This is why the Q&A is so good. I so appreciate it when people write in and share, because it benefits all of us tremendously, tremendously. And like I always like to say now, and you heard me say it a couple times a day, because there's a couple questions in there that would really be good for the confessions and counselings class, because there are certain things that we just aren't able to go into that greater depth in the way we do it here. But in the confessions counseling class, we can go into those greater depths, like the one around food and mother and all that. That's a good example to see where we can now take it. Or even like the last, second to last one with the pain stuff. Then we can go into the specifics of like the person's pain or issue or challenge they're having, and really cut through the noise and get to the karmic lessons and ultimately to spirit underneath it all. And that's, that's the real process. And it is the process. And we're just not able to do that here in a general Q&A. So if you really want to do that deeper work to really now keep going and, into your greater liberation, that's the class to do that with, which is why, we do that, so that we have here what we do, which is still pretty deep, obviously, but there's more of the processing through like the things we share here to that whole other level, so you get to apply it and experience it now for yourself directly, rather than just here's the information type of a thing.